Yeah, that's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yes, sir. In the loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula. Complete with a frog in my throat, apparently.
Yeah, I'm trying to cover for you best I can.
I think that's everybody.
I'm
the same way, man.
Pull the curtain back. I'm being a good teammate. I'm trying my best. Every time he turns off his mic, I go, yeah, sure.
Like, honestly, I'm very much a pull the curtain back. I just don't want to call for like whatever and clear my throat in y'all's ears.
Yeah.
That'd be very weird. But yeah, apparently also the internet up here having a little bit of a frog. And it's I was saying
everybody under the weather.
Yeah, that was like the YouTube and the Twitch. Yeah, it's been up and down. So it's up now though.
Good.
It's up now, but I can't guarantee that it won't be down a little later. So hang out with us on those various platforms: YouTube, Sports Radio 610, Twitch.tv/610 Houston. Those are available, but you can always get us on the Odyssey app. That one doesn't crash nearly as much. And then you can always get involved with the program by texting in to the text line 713-572-4610. Tops drop, fat pad, all that, good vibes. Not great vibes, though, when it comes to what happened yesterday, including this that knocked Spencer Arrighetti out of the game.
Big chop to first, over the head of DeZenzo, into right field. 2 more runs are going to score. It's a 7-run first inning for the Reds. And that's going to be the end of the day for the American League Rookie of the Month in August. The Reds absolutely flipped the script tonight. Even that ball was chopped and DeZenzo couldn't quite make the play.
I mean, when it rains, it pours.
Talk about it, because it wasn't even 7-0 at the end of the first, right? It got to 9. And all 9 of those were earned runs that were charged to Spencer Arrighetti. You heard he didn't make it out of the first 2/3 of an inning.
Man, that was a throwback Arrighetti start, man.
That was Arrighetti and meatballs.
That was Arrighetti back in the day.
Yeah.
Like, it was just painful to watch. And you guys mentioned it, right? Like, this is something that, one, we hadn't seen from him in a little while, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, he had his AL Rookie of the Month, outing when it came to August. August was fantastic. With all the strikeout, like Arrighetti Mill, Tyler Milner of the Drive. He made it his Stone Cold Lock of the Week. Maybe in a month. Yeah, that's going to go around quite a bit. The idea that, hey, man, Arrighetti's going to get out here and throw 5.5+ strikeouts in this game. You know how many he got in this game, Lopez?
How many did he get?
He got not a single one.
Oh, okay.
And look, it was kind of one of those things where as you're watching it, you're wondering, and I think on the broadcast on Sports City Home Network, they asked it explicitly, is he tipping pitches? Because, like, the Reds were seeing the ball out of his hand very well, or maybe they were just – and it wasn't just the fastball. It was the four-seam fastball a decent amount, I will say, right? The four-seamer out of his hand, it seemed like they were getting on top of that a decent amount. But in the zone, he wasn't locating it well as well. Before I even moved to the idea in the zone, out the zone, he wasn't locating it all that well. Like I think a few of the times as he started, walking some folks, it was just some bad pitches that got away from him, and so it felt like maybe the command went away from him a little bit. But also they were seeing the ball out of his hand pretty well.
It had all the markings of a guy that was tipping his pitches. Espada alluded to it in no uncertain terms. I mean, he was very, very adamant. Well, they really knew what was coming, didn't they? That kind of thing. So I'm not going to say it wasn't tipping his pitches, but I think they were just. I think they were just.
Well, let's get Arrighetti cut 4 here because he was asked explicitly. Do you think maybe you were tipping your pitches?
Yeah.
Oh, internet got.
Here we go.
I mean, I'll check, but I'm really doubtful. I don't ever chalk it up to that. It's. I would rather just take accountability for it as is. I mean, if I was giving away information, that's on me as well. So if there is something, then I'll find out, and I've done it twice already this year. So if there is, I'll figure it out. But I don't think so.
He might have gotten into a bad habit that people picked up on, but kudos to him for not making excuses. And I just don't. I mean, they were taking some shots, good swings off of him, so it had the markings of it. But the dude has been nails, and he's been doing the same. He's not going to change, his approach or his windup or anything. But maybe he did. I don't think so though.
Yeah, I don't know if it was tipping pitches. I honestly lean towards just he couldn't get his fastball into the right places. Like, all right, so the Jonathan Indian home run that started this out. Now this I know that obviously radio, not a visual medium, but John, you can kind of help me out here, right? The four-seam fastball that's happening right here, I think that baseball players will call that belt high if you're trying to be clean, and they call it a male appendage high if they were not trying to be clean, right?
That is what people in my old neighborhood used to call papa.
Yeah, man.
A big potato.
Ellie De La Cruz, four-seam fastball that got hit.
More papa.
Right? I mean, like, you can go through a lot of these where...
Oh, look at that right down the middle.
Four-seam fastball, right? Like, he just couldn't get the fastball where he wanted him. Couldn't locate it nearly at all, right? I don't know if that's tipping pitches, but so I am kind of encouraged in, well, I don't know if that's encouraging necessarily, but it felt like just it was a bad day at the office, right? Definitely correctable, especially just because I wonder, you came out, you didn't have a great day, you didn't have your stuff going, and it felt like it got worse because of something else that wasn't Arrighetti's fault, which was, can you give me cut 3, or the play-by-play cut 3 here, Fig? Because it was started bad. Don't get me wrong, right? He's putting meatballs in the middle, and of course the Cincinnati Reds can take advantage of that offensively, and they did take advantage of that. But this probably should have been a 3-run first inning where he gets 32 pitches. It's a heavy workload, but one where he probably has an opportunity.
Get back to the dugout, talk to the pitching coach, try to figure it out.
Yes.
What are you doing on your windup, etc.
Now this is the thing that is problematic more so for me than Spencer Arrighetti himself. Was what happened here.
France on third, Fraley on second, Espinal on first, and an 0-2 count to Ahmed Rosario. Hit sharply, but past Jeremy Payne into center field. 2 runs are going to score. Chaz McCormick comes in and will underhand it back to Payne. That was sharply hit, but a ball that Jeremy would like to have another shot at.
Yeah. And the idea that was hit past him might be a little bit kind. Like, he had a very, very good opportunity to play that. In fact, I think later in the broadcast they were mentioning how if that's a home game, or if that's not a home game for Cincinnati, right? If that's in Houston, that probably gets marked as an error.
For sure it would be an error,
as opposed to a hit.
And this we talked about this yesterday, like just yesterday. I brought up the question: are we kind of looking in the wrong place for what might be the red flag, as you get into some postseason games and every at-bat is magnified, etc. We've been talking about we need to get these guys healthy, we need to get these guys hitting the ball better. No, man, I think the defense has been an issue. And Espada, this was the only thing that I went like, come on, man. Espada was talking about the defense after the game and said he wasn't worried.
No, not at all. The last 4 or 5 games against KC, we play excellent defense, and you guys didn't ask me about that, so I'm not very concerned about that. If we're just going to talk about every time we make an error about our defense, that's not fair, I think.
Okay, it is fair, first of all, and he's getting a little salty there, as T-Mail put in the doc when he was.
Wait, like y'all didn't ask me when we were doing our job?
So, like when Jeremy Pena gets a ball like that cleanly and throws it to first, we're supposed to say, hey, can you tell us about the regular decent play that he made that is expected of any major league shortstop? Can you talk about that? Is that what we're supposed to do? That one did bother me a little bit.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, because he's like you didn't ask me about all the good plays. Well, that's a major league shortstop play, right?
Yeah,
I mean that
at least one. If you're going to be a above average shortstop, and that's the thing that's terrifying.
Yeah,
26-year-old Jeremy Pena, athletic still, right in his prime. In fact, probably early before his prime, if we're going to be completely honest in the way that this should go.
Yeah.
He's a -4 outs above average, right? When we talk defensively, a statistic that kind of gives you an idea on how a fielder plays. -4 this season compared to 2 last season and a 7 in 2022.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's just is a full swing away from being an above average, maybe even a good, really good defensive shortstop to just being well below average. And that's so unexpected, and it's so inconvenient for being a high-level team.
And that's about as irritated as you'll ever hear Joe Espada, which tells me he is worried. He said, I'm not worried. No, your whole approach there, we're going to talk about regular shortstop plays, it means he is a little bit irritated and worried. But the other thing he said, well, we've been playing pretty good defense recently. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of what he said. No, they haven't. Like they haven't. They've got 7 errors in their last 9 games, 10 errors in their last 13 games. And more importantly, it's not just about the errors that you've been credited or given, like what the official scorer says. They rank 21st for the season. That's bottom third, but any way you cut it,
right?
In defensive runs saved. In other words, they're not making good plays.
Yeah.
So it's not all about errors. It's about, do you play good defense? The answer right now is no.
And you see, I mean, yesterday was a tangible example of the physical, like the actual effects of that, which is Arrighetti gets bounced out of that game way early. And of course, he wasn't in a great place, but if you pick him up, like we said, maybe he can regroup and find a way to give you 3 innings, right? 4 innings. He gave you 2/3 of an inning, and then it became a bullpen game. And now tonight, the starter has to go make sure that he gives you innings because you could not help your guy out, get him out of a situation where he was struggling. And so, yeah, I think all the way around, horrible, terrible, no good, very bad outing for the Astros.
I love that.
And they're going to try and, salvage a series as they haven't beat the Reds in God knows how long and forever. And so they need to make that happen tonight. I believe it's Hunter Brown on the mound for them, and hopefully he can get the mojo back going good, and more importantly, hopefully he can give them some depth. Go really long in this outing so that you can give your bullpen a little opportunity to get a breather. There you go. Get back to positive ways so that we don't have to do that again. We're not mad. We're just disappointed. It's In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. What's your sports pet peeve? 713-572-4610. Send us your sports pet peeves. We'll talk about ours next.
The wait is
kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yes, sir. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Question of the day time, baby. What's your sports pet peeve? Text them in, 713-572-4610. Y'all are already doing that, and I appreciate that greatly. Some of you, I'm not completely understanding what you're saying, so you might need to send a follow-up text. An important text that came in 3 times. I don't know if it was your fault, 832, but Astros play at 12 noon. 12:10 first pitch in Cincinnati. A little getaway game for them today, and so we have to do the according thing and making sure our TV is set to that place so we can watch Hunter Brown go to work against Rhett Lauder in this game as they try and salvage this series after losing the first 2 and hopefully just beat the Reds.
Oh, that would be nice.
Just get a win.
A dub would be nice.
Just a win against the Reds would be very, very nice. But yeah, sports pet peeves for you, as you guys are already letting us know. Is there one that immediately came to mind for you? Because it seemed like you immediately had one that you wanted to get off your chest.
Because I definitely want to get it off my chest.
Okay,
don't be this friend, or are you a friend? And let me explain. So it happened this weekend, and I saw somebody post on Instagram.
Because their team lost?
Something similar.
Because your team lost.
And I'm like, this is it.
Your team, the Aggies, they lost?
Yeah. I heard you the first time.
I just want to make sure.
I heard you the first time. So when you know, like, all right, I'm an Aggies fan.
And they lost.
And yes, I heard you the first time. They did lose. And so, like, if it were my birthday, which I don't make a big deal of my birthday, I'm just using this for an illustration.
Sure.
Like, of all the friends I have, all the people in my phone, that's not an humble brag. I'm just saying, we all have a lot of friends. I get like 3 or 4 texts from friends. Family always texts you, but like from friends. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
That's right.
Dante always texts me. I love that guy. He never forgets. Guys like that. Happy birthday. Want you to have a great day. Go do something fun. 3 or 4. When the Aggies lose, all these air quote friends, say, hey, man, what happened to the Aggies?
That's how they show they love you.
Or ha ha, I thought you said blah, blah, blah. I thought Connor Wegman was good.
Yep.
I thought this. I thought that. I get 78 texts from, air quote, friends when the Aggies lose.
Wow.
Here's the other part of that. Part 2. Let's say the Aggies win a huge game. Let's say they had beaten Notre Dame. Crickets.
That's right.
Crickets.
Again, like you mentioned with Joe Espada, nobody's going to come and talk to you about things you're supposed to do.
Crickets. That is a big pet peeve of mine.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Are
they really friends?
Sure. Sure. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to get on your case.
How about you?
The one that comes to mind is actually like on-field sports thing. And I feel like we all know what's happening here is when, a defensive back is in coverage. And I don't know if the quarterback sails it or the wide receiver just drops the pass. And the DB didn't have much to do with it.
Yeah.
But they pop up and incomplete.
That's a good one.
Incomplete.
It bounces off the dude's hands. Like he gets both hands on the ball and drops it, and the DB comes up. Incomplete.
Look.
Incomplete.
We're not going to pretend like y'all you did something to make that happen.
That's a good one.
I'm not saying that you have to go and put your head down and skulk back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
But, hey, man, what are you doing right now? And I understand, like, defensive backs, like, especially cornerbacks, you have to be built different to, like, go and take that kind of abuse that it is.
Not that different.
It's a position of failure, man.
I mean, it's obvious.
It's a position of failure. You got to be able to have the cockiness and, kind of that feeling in you to be able to make that happen. But, oh, my God.
Yeah.
You know damn well you didn't affect that.
That happens every week.
Yeah.
Every week. How about you, Figgy?
Yeah, so the one that my pet peeve is the bandwagon fans. And this is what I mean by bandwagon fans. So I was on Twitter and I ran across a profile. His bio description says Gators, Tar Heels, Pistons, Colts,
oh God,
Manchester United.
Glory, Lord.
And his location is in Arizona to the DMV. Like, dog,
everywhere.
Where are you? You just representing the United States at this point, man.
A citizen of the earth.
Dog, why you got all these damn teams, random ass teams?
That is a
good
one too.
That one just drive me nuts. I know that. I mean, the teams he put in here ain't all that, but the ones that really drive me nuts are the Lakers fan, somebody that's a fan of the Lakers, the Yankees, the Cowboys, and then Manchester United or something like that, something completely random. They're just like, man, what are y'all doing, man?
I get it. I get where you're at. I let people have their stuff because there's a decent amount of those folks that kind of have some reason, like different ties or what have you. But yeah, it is kind of funny. There's always I need to hear the story though. I do need to hear the story because how did that come about? Some other sports pet peeves that are coming in on the Twitch chat. Sports pet peeve is that baseball card collecting is not for the kids anymore. Yeah, some of these folks are like it's all speculative, almost like people are doing stocks.
Yeah,
and this used to be like a fun hobby for people, particularly for kids, and now it's just like it's a money making endeavor. It makes us feel dirty.
That's kind of how I feel about the shoe game.
Yeah,
how people they don't just get the shoes because it look fly. They get them as like a chess piece where they could just hold on to it. They buy them up and then they try to sell them for thousands of dollars. It's like, man, like, dog, you wasn't even around when these Penny Hardaways came out originally. And you buy them up like this was before your time, man.
I mean, get some to appreciate them. And I can even understand like having some to maybe one pair to sell. It's the folks that really mess up the game because they're wholesaling.
They buying them up,
like,
they buy them up to resell them, and like that's messing the whole game.
Supposed to be doing it for the love of the game.
Another one of mine, and it's every stadium, almost every game, is the guy. It's one thing to support your team, be loud, be boisterous, cool, but the guy who says stuff as if he's trying to pick a fight, like the wants to fight guy in the stands, man. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, you're going to get in a fight. You want to get in a fight.
Right.
Fights in general at games are kind of stupid.
Yeah.
But sometimes, whatever, somebody does something and it happens. But the guy who stands up and points to the crowd and, like, starts talking all this noise, like, dude, you're going to get your ass kicked.
Yep. For sure. Some other things being sent in from the 713, lifeless and boring commentators. They said they hate them. It's not golf, it's football. I do, in some ways, like, I wish that more broadcasters, and I understand how this can kind of get a little unwieldy or kind of tough to handle at times. Like, show me the enjoyment for the game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, show me that you're having fun watching this because that's what this is supposed to be, right? Like, I feel like that should be happening in some ways. And I understand now you have to balance that with the educational aspect of trying to inform the audience and those things. But sometimes I'm just like, it's one of the reasons why I love Kevin Harlan.
Yeah.
He's always enjoying doing that work. Tess enjoying his time. And I think that's why the Al Michaels thing was very funny because it sounded like, oh, you're just not having fun, are you?
That's a good example right there.
Another one of mine is I guess this could be a kind of a social media thing, but I forgot what I was about to say.
No problem. I forgot. We got a lot of people that are throwing things in, like the folks that will go to a game wearing a jersey for a team that neither of these is not playing on that night. In that place,
a Lions jersey at the game or something,
right? Just like, in some ways, I'm like, yo, go for it. If you want to wear a football jersey to be involved, just because you want to wear a football jersey and this is the one you got, all right, cool. But it is kind of look at me a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
This the one I hate.
Okay.
When so today is football day, pretty much the first game of the NFL season.
Football.
You got that one person like, hey guys, it's 50 days into the NBA kicks off.
Oh God.
That just it's just like, come on, man.
God.
Like, look, man, when we get there, we gonna get there.
Are we gonna talk Texans all day? Yeah, pretty much.
Or hey, spring training is in 3 months, guys.
Yeah.
While y'all talking about football, hey, don't forget about baseball, guys. It's just like, all right, man.
Someone on the YouTube stream said the in-game interviews. I go back and forth on that because some of them are very entertaining. It all depends on how engaged the coach is.
Well, yeah. The problem is, right? The when you say in-game at game breaks, like those ones. All right, I think maybe I'm just used to them at this point. The actual in-game, like I think the NBA is starting to do some of this. I know I've seen it with the W.
Yeah.
Where like they have an earpiece during the talking while things are happening. Yeah. And I'm like, yo, they are at work right now,
Exactly.
right? Like, can we let them not have to multitask? Because we're gonna rip them a new one if they mess up, and if they mess up because they're trying to talk to whoever's on the broadcast at this point, like that's kind of messed up.
No, I totally agree on that one, and that baseball does it all the time. Balls hit to the shortstop, and he's like talking, and he's got to try to make the play.
Those have been fun, though. I have enjoyed those. I'm not gonna lie. 281 sports ball guy that has to keep telling us that he's not into sports. Yeah, you could just not like sports. It's cool. That's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Oh, yeah, 2-8-1. And then thankfully, baseball has worked on trying to get this out the game. When the batters that in baseball that redo their batting gloves every pitch, like, I understand. Like, there's a level of rhythm or whatever, but come on, man, let's go.
At least they've tried to fix that with the pitch clock. And in baseball, they're trying to get them to go a lot quicker.
I mean, there's so many coming in. Appreciate you guys getting involved here. False starts from the 936. They say the offensive line knows when to count, and there should be no reason for them to false start.
Shout out to Laramie.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I don't like the reviewing everything in football too. Like they review every single thing where you should be like, man, come on, man.
Yeah.
Let's just keep the game moving.
Keep it moving, boys.
Yeah. Like we ain't got to review this.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm still thinking about that false start. I think if on the exterior, sometimes I give them some grace. It's the one in the middle of the line.
Mm-hmm.
Like center, guard, nose
I actually
tackle.
give him more grace.
The ball is right there, dog.
I just give Laramie Tunsil a hard time because he's done so much. But I actually do understand a lot. He's trying. I mean, he's got a freaking stud about to come off the edge, and he goes a little early. It's almost inexcusable, but part of me is like, I get it.
It's also a big boy, all that weight. Get down there in that three-point stance and wait until I tell you to get up.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Yeah.
What about the legal man downfield? That's the one that kind of irritate me a little bit.
Yeah, you got to know that. I mean, they've been since middle school. They've known about that.
Yeah, keep letting us know. What are your sports pet peeves? 713-572-4610. Well, I'll try and sprinkle those in. I'll do better about that. Coming up next, though, let's go around the NFL here on Sports Radio 610.
Nick Caserio previewed the Texans. FM2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Oh boy, y'all are going hard in the text line right now, 713-572-4610 on these sports pet peeves. 832 hates getting the whole guy on every swing of a broadcast in golf. Someone else mentioned the guy who knows nothing about football but shouts out at a watch party, why don't they just run the touchdown play? Another one pursuant to that, you mentioned one just a second ago.
Holding. That's holding, guys.
Yeah, yes. Every
holding
play,
guy.
Every play you can probably call holding, likelihood. There's also someone that was mad at us for, they said, leave baseball alone, get rid of the clock, go back. And I'm like, no, they needed the clock. They needed to get back.
God, no.
All those games back in the day that you were romanticizing, they moved more at the pace that we are currently moving at with the clock than what we were starting to blow out.
That's the first time I've seen somebody really complain about the clock.
Yeah. Everybody loves it.
I thought it was
Shout out to the
fun.
baseball purist.
It's
I
working.
appreciate you.
It's working.
Now, I mean, there's some unintended consequences, don't get me wrong, right? Like pitchers are getting some strain from it and not being able to, like, take a second to breathe or recalibrate themselves. I understand that, but hey, I think overall been good for the game in my not expert.
I think in a lot of people's
opinion.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's go around the NFL. That's what we're supposed to be here for. And Bill Belichick is going to be very important in our football watching perspective this season in particular, as he's no longer the head coach of the Patriots as we've been so accustomed to for the last couple decades, really. Yeah. And so he's going to be on the Manning cast in addition to other things. I mean, all over the place. But news of the day, I guess, is that Bill Belichick, who notoriously in the past has used this kind of language when it comes to social media.
Antonio Brown had a Facebook Live video, and along the way caught some comments from Mike Tomlin where he refers to your team affectionately as, say for radio purposes, jerks.
Well, as you know, I'm not on Snapface and all that, so I don't really get those. But I'm really just worried about getting our team ready to go. Not really too worried about what they put on Instant Chat or whatever it is.
Snapface and Instant Chat.
Well, I imagine that he's probably learned how to say them correctly. Because
he hasn't. No, he hasn't. No,
okay.
No, he hasn't.
Well, he officially is on Instagram. I imagine that some of this, I do wonder, is he going to run this account or is this going to be run by whoever it is? Is he officially signed up with Disney when it comes to ESPN? Or
it's got to be, right?
I think so. So, yeah, is it somebody on the ESPN that actually runs the account or whatever? Because apparently he's on Instagram.
Hello, everyone. Surprised to see me here? Well, I am too. Over the past few months and not being with a team, I haven't had the opportunity to express my thoughts at a moment's notice. So now I'm changing that. I tried to join that face, but I couldn't find it. I decided this was a good place for me to land so I could talk to you and share what I'm up to because there's a lot going on. So here I am. Hello, InstaFace. See you soon.
Okay, so first of all,
was that a hostage video?
It sounded like he's blinking his eyes. Help me. Right. Help me.
Okay.
But first of all, kudos to Belichick for leaning into it. I love when people do that.
Sure.
Own it, lean into it, whatever term you want to use. I love that. But the second thing was, he goes, well, I haven't had time to really react in real time, basically, is what he's saying. When has he ever wanted to do that? When has he ever done that? Like wanted to react and express himself, I think is how he said it. But okay, but good for him. I'm glad he's leaning into it and actually said snap. What did he say? Snap face?
Instaface.
Instaface. Something like that.
What he went with.
Something like that. I think Bill Belichick, knowing what he is gonna have a very big say in everything that's posted. So to answer your question, I think he's going to do this, but probably with some help. You know, like maybe tell somebody or text somebody or maybe even post himself.
Dictate it like a like a business manager in the 50s.
Yeah,
to his secretary.
Yeah, exactly.
Please post this on my Instaface.
Dictaphone, as they used to say, or whatever. No, look, man, he's a control guy. He's a control guy. So he's gonna say he's going to have control of his
I don't
Instagram.
even know. Like on Instagram, I think it's just we're gonna get videos. He's just gonna be like, set up the camera.
Okay.
Let me talk into it and then post it. Like,
Yeah, I could see that.
I don't think there's gonna be any captions. No words involved. Just videos.
Will he or will he not ever use an emoji? Him.
He will.
Himself.
Will he use the emoji correctly? Yeah, that's the question. So yeah, there we go. Shout out to I think I'm gonna follow him.
Oh, for sure. I already did.
Because I can't wait for when you get him talking about football, a delight.
The depth.
And so I do imagine that he's just gonna look into the camera and break down plays. And that'll be great. And if he doesn't, then I'll unfollow him.
Yeah.
A man that is, I don't know, like when we talk about follow, unfollow, the ups and downs that social media can provide, that's what it feels like Jamar Chase has been in with the Bengals. In a very won't he when it comes to getting the extension, but more importantly, just kind of playing. And so yesterday, Jamar Chase participated in the first official practice of game week for them ahead of their season opener. So he was listed as a limited participant, but maybe that'll open him up to this. Joe Burrow was asked about it. He said, we'll see if that ends up happening, but whatever happens, we'll be prepared for it when it comes to being flexible and seeing if Chase decides to play or not play in the opener. So there's still, it's not answered, right? We're not answered on if he is back for sure and if a deal will get done or if a deal won't get done. But he's at least like popping in enough to be like, I'm still practicing a little bit. So if I wanted to, I could, but he might still decide, no, I'm good.
I think he feels as if it's going to get done, but it's not done yet. So that's practicing. Burrow also was asked, how long would it take for him to be ready? And he said, he's ready now. So I actually do buy that. We'll see, but I think he feels good enough about it that he's going to practice. He is practicing.
All right. So as we're talking about the NFL, this story I read a little bit about it, and now we're getting more steps into it. But I was kind of fascinated to see this and hear about this. I don't know if it's a wild one, but it's very interesting to me. Apparently, the Commanders have fired one of their vice presidents for comments on players, Jerry Jones and Roger Goodell. So the vice president is Rael Entine, who is the vice president of content, which makes this a little bit more interesting as well.
Yes, it does.
For the team for the previous 4 years, right? Apparently, he had gone on a date. I guess that he had matched up with someone who was being termed as a journalist. And let's put a pin in that because I do want to circle back to your opinion as a journalist on, this particular type of journalism, but he matched with a supposed journalist on a dating site, and apparently she was recording this interaction.
Yeah.
And during the course of the interaction, there was recordings of him using language that then, he talked about calling fans of the NFL mouth breathers.
Yeah.
He said, quote, I don't think the commissioner of the NFL hates gay people, hates black people. Jerry Jones, who actually runs the NFL, I think he hates gay people and black people, close quote. He talked about that and just other things that I found to be very interesting. Also, he went as far as saying fans are high school educated alcoholics, talking about fans in the NFL. So like those types of things coming from an executive in the NFL. I don't know if I'm like super surprised that someone in those perspectives might look down upon their fan bases, but just the idea that you'd be more comfortable saying that to people that you were not like close to, and I understand that's like a very low bar. The idea that you should probably not say these things in general would be more apt, but he said some of these things to a supposed journalist that then put them online, and obviously now has ultimately resulted in this vice president being fired.
Yeah, look, first of all, what he said is going to get you fired.
Sure.
Whether and I'm going to get to the journalist part.
You mess with the money here.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, it's the Commanders. I mean, of all organizations, for something like this to happen, their PR has not exactly been stellar. In recent years. So no matter if it's secretly recorded, if it's a date, if it's not a date, if you knew about it, you didn't know about, no matter what, when that gets out, you get fired. That is ridiculous to think those things, and if you do, to say them out loud in any context gets you fired. Now, you mentioned you were going to ask me about the journalist.
Yes, because the journalist apparently, and I need to double back on the information here because now I'm looking at a different piece than I was reading yesterday that gave me more information on this. But the woman works with, she's what they're calling like a citizen journalist that is working in tandem with a group of journalists that with a maybe not a corporation, but a group that had previously kind of operated like Project Veritas, if you're familiar with that, the O'Keefe Media Group.
Yeah.
And so, like, that is one of these things where the idea of citizen journalists were like, hey, just go record things in a clandestine way, and we'll bring that audio, that video or that audio back, and then put that out. Where do you stand on that, on like journalistic integrity of that?
There's none. That is zero. If you really want to get me fired up about something, it's something like this. First of all, you're breaking every rule. That's not a journalist. You're breaking every single rule. Now, I know some people out there are saying, hey, in some states, like Texas, for example, only one party needs to know that the conversation is being recorded.
Sure.
I get that. But you have to tell the person in advance, whether you're recording it or not, that you are representing this outlet.
And that it will be on the record is generally the way that, these things work when it comes to the journalistic standard.
That is hot garbage. Like that is what makes people cringe about where we are today in quote unquote journalism. That ain't it. That's ridiculous. It's a poor man's throwdown, awful version of TMZ. TMZ has integrity, and now you might not like everything that TMZ does, but they tell you in advance, hey, I'm so-and-so. They might pounce on you coming out of a restaurant.
TMZ has some integrity, but I don't want to go ahead and give them...
No, in terms of journalistic. Like, they actually, they abide. Let me put it that way. They abide by the rules. They tell you in advance, hey, I'm so-and-so for TMZ or blah, 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 blah.
In some ways, I think they still some things that I would
I get it.
Like seedy, like obviously like having different first responders on the payroll in order to get like videos and those types of things.
And they pay people, which I don't agree with. For stories. I don't agree with paying people for stories, but at least they follow the quote unquote rules. This is garbage. This is absolute garbage, and I think he may even have some sort of case against them at minimum. At minimum, that's a gotcha thing by a citizen journalist that's not a journalist.
And so Rayo Lentine, Washington Commanders vice president, out of a job because of quite of an interesting kind of circumstance that popped up. Matching on a dating app, going on a date, being a little too honest on how you feel, ultimately got him out of there. Called Roger Goodell a $50 million puppet. Like, even if you didn't get fired, you did not make a friend in that way. I'll tell you that for damn sure. Some other things that are happening around the NFL. This is something I found interesting, a note that I saw when it comes to like the biggest Super Bowl odds moves year over year, right? So going from being a long shot to maybe being closer to some level of favorite. When it comes to Super Bowl odds year over year. Only two other teams have had a bigger jump than the Houston Texans this year, going from a 200-1 to this year going in at a 16-1 odds favorite. Those other two teams, the 1980 Washington football team and then 1991 Dallas Cowboys had bigger jumps. But other than that, how do you feel about the Houston Texans getting that big of a jump when it comes to Vegas odds on Super Bowl odds?
I mean, that's that. First of all, how do I feel about it? Good, but what's going on here is Vegas knows.
Yeah,
like Vegas always knows. Shout out again to T-Mill. Anyway, that tells me that they know that what the Texans are hyped up to be is not just hype. So that's where I stand on that. I also want to know about that 1980 Washington team. Dang, 300-1 to 8-1.
Yeah,
what happened there? I don't remember. Remember what happened there.
Well, I mean, I was not alive, so I don't think I can give you that off of memory. But we can do some digging on that in the break. But there you go. Around the NFL in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Thanks for hanging out with us on this Thursday, NFL Thursday. We got NFL football coming up, and you can hear that right here on Sports Radio 610 this evening. Chiefs Ravens. That was the word I was looking for. But yeah, with football coming back, we're getting into the flow of things here in the Loop, and one of the things that we like doing is talking to our guy, ND Kalu. So we'll talk to ND coming up next about week 1 for the Texans and a lot more. We'll do that next.
Thursday Night Football. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Earlier, our question of the day was, what are your sports pet peeves? And I should have known that was not going to take 10 to 15 minutes. Y'all still sending those in. Someone earlier was talking about the idea of a sports pet peeve being when a guy's celebrating football by dropping the football before they cross the end zone.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Ooh. The other one is diving for the power line and fumbling.
Yeah.
That's the one. You can't do that, man.
Well, for me, it's the even just the rule of fumbling out of the back of the end zone as a touchback, because that doesn't really make sense to me.
I've never liked that.
I never liked that, but still, like, for that rule, you gotta just don't do that.
Sure,
man.
I mean that's the rule on the books. You got to understand what that is.
Don't be too thirsty for that touchdown.
Someone
man.
else said their sports pet peeve is when a TV station gets into a contract dispute with the carrier.
I wonder where that came from.
Can't watch the damn games. I'm with you.
Or about cutting into a game when the weather.
Local TV. God, that's a good one too.
We gotta keep the people informed.
Oh, come on.
Another way to keep the people
phones.
informed.
Not when the Bills about to kick a field goal.
Another way to keep the people informed is talk to our guest. Join us on the hotline. He's ND Kalu, former Texan, and a big friend, most importantly, Nigerian brethren. What's happening, my guy?
What's going on? First of all, Figgy Fig, how can you have someone extra effort trying to score a touchdown as a sports pet peeve? Like, I see everything else y'all talked about, dropping the ball before the end zone. That's just stupid. You know, like somebody should take you behind the woodshed and whoop your ass if you do that. But fumbling for trying to score, Figgy Fig, that's the first time I disagree with you. And I've listened
How about that?
But see, that rule is so stupid, man. It's like, don't even try. Don't even try to do it, man. Like I get it, man. Just get to the 1 yard line and then try to rush it in, man.
And fight. Did anybody mention, Reggie? Did anybody mention interviewing like players or athletes in game? Because
they did. But I'm interested to get a better understanding of why you dislike that.
As a fan, I hate it because, and you know what, as a former player turns fan, when you're playing, when you're in that mindset, like you're a different person. And I'm not overstating it, but you kind of go into a different character. Mm-hmm. And then you have some yahoo sticking a mic in your face. and before they ask you questions, they're like, hey, remember not to curse, or remember this is on live TV. And it's kind of like, well, then get that thing out of my face. Like,
because I'm going to.
If you're going to ask me questions like when I'm in game mode, when I'm in, killer mode, and then tell me that I have to speak a certain way, it just shouldn't be done. And then it really bothered me during the Olympics, right after you run the 400-meter dash. The hardest race in history, in my opinion, like the 400, because it's a sprint. And as soon as they're done, they stick a mic in their face, and you can't make out what they're saying. So
it's just all breathing.
Yeah, exactly. It sounds like a soft porn, but it's not an actual, not like you're talking to an athlete. So that's one of mine. I love those topics. I could go on.
Oh yeah, my big one was whenever it's my birthday or something, I get 3 or 4 texts from friends, and whenever the Aggies lose, I get about 75. Hey, man, what happened to the Aggies? I thought they were going to be good. Hey, man, I thought you were my friend. I thought you were my friend. Hey, look, listen, Andy. Obviously, it's getting real now, and it'll be real on Sunday. Going to kind of put you on the spot here right out of the chute. No, because I think this is a good one for the season, much less for Sunday against the Colts. What's going to be the big X factor for this team? Like what you've seen it, you've watched them in camp, you've watched the preseason games, you've called the games. What is standing out to you in terms of that might be something that, the old nobody's really talking about that might be big for this squad this year?
I got two answers. I'm gonna give you the easy answer first, but it's really weighing on me because when I look at the coaching staff, top notch. When I look at the roster, I mean, this is a top 5 roster, but on paper, everything's on paper. So my initial answer is health, because when I look at the offensive line, I think the offensive line, when you look at Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason, who I think is underrated, Titus Howard, who's good, I'm not going to overstate it. And Green live up to, being a first-round guard in the NFL. Juice Scruggs, with what he's done. It's a good offensive line, but we've never seen them play together for an entire season. So that's why I'm going to go with health, John. Like, if this team could just stay healthy with the weapons that you have, and Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Joe Mixon, Dalton Schultz. I mean, it just goes on and on. Then on the defensive side of the ball, Will Anderson and freaking Danielle Hunter, who I do believe is the most underrated defensive player in the game right now. And you have Aziz. I can't point to a position group and say, okay, this is my biggest concern. So it's going to be the health to make sure these guys do play together. But if I give you another answer that's not so easy, it would probably be the run defense, because that's the one thing that I wonder if they can stop the run consistently. And look, this is the NFL. Jonathan Taylor, is going to get a 10, 15-yard gain before the game's over, but you want to limit those explosive plays. You don't want, at the end of the day, for Anthony Richardson to have 80 yards rushing and Jonathan Taylor to tack on another 20. So that's going to be the concern for me.
I'm glad you brought it to week 1 against Indy, because we're at noon. We're going to talk about the matchups that we're most interested in this game. For you, is it that kind of, run defense versus the likes of Taylor and Anthony Richardson, or is there another one that comes to mind to you as like what you're most honed in on matchup-wise in this game?
That's it. Aziz Al-Shire going against, and it's not really Aziz going against Jonathan Taylor, but front or do what they're supposed to do, and they play with gap integrity. And then Aziz, obviously he's going to have to shadow and know where Jonathan Taylor is at all time. You have to stop him. And with Henry To'oTo'o, because he's a guy that there were times during his rookie year, you're like, good God, this was a great steal in the 5th round. And there were other times where you're like, he was a 5th-round rookie, and he looked like it. So for him to be starting unofficially, I'm throwing the quotes in the air, I want to see what he does against the run. I feel pretty optimistic with the defensive backs and what they're going to do with the wide receivers. I mean, Derek Stingley, he should be all-pro this year. And everything that I'm hearing about Kamari Lassiter, everything that we saw at practice, but like Allen Iverson said, we're talking about practice. I need to see him in the game. But he gives you confidence. So I feel pretty good about the defensive back. So, yeah, the matchups against the linebackers, Henry To'oTo'o, Aziz Al-Shire, who's the other one? Jake Hansen, is that who's supposed to start? Am I missing somebody? You're going against that run game, and not just the running back, but with that quarterback similar to the Baltimore Ravens, you have to factor that into the running game.
You just touched on something I was wanting to talk to you about. You mentioned the secondary, you mentioned Lassiter, but I'm thinking more in terms of Shane Steichen. Terrific play caller, acknowledged, really good play caller at finding the weak spots or exploiting something. Dude, they've got 2 rookies expected to start. Kalen Bullock, I know, is not in the official depth chart, but I think most would expect him to play a lot, if not start. You got Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, and Shane Steichen, a great play caller. That's the one to me, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are, where, put a star on that going into the game, and we might have to do it coming out of the game,
100%. I mean, when you look at this defense and when you try to exploit a weakness, You know, the NFL, especially offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators, but in this sense, the offensive coordinators, they don't care how good a rookie has been at training camp. They don't care how good a rookie was in college. Like, just like you mentioned, those are two rookies. Let us see it. Let us see that you're that good. We have a guy over here by the name of Pittman who's pretty good in the NFL. Let us see if y'all can stop him. Let us see if we can get matchups to our advantage with those two youngsters. Because, if you have Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter back there at the same time, two rookies, expect to see Anthony Richardson try to beat them deep.
We're talking to ND Kalu right here in the Loop Sports Radio 610, and I just realized, like, I know I work with former pros, and I probably should have taken the time to ask them this, but I'm talking to another former pro on the phone right now, and when it comes to obviously getting ready for a week one is different in some ways, and I don't know that we can get a great feel of it on the outside. Is there anything that, like, is a challenge that is kind of unseen by us, the onlookers, with just week one, the week one-iness of it?
You know what? There's a little anxiety and just the patience, you know, the waiting around. Like, and it's mainly for the guys we're actually going to see on the field when the game comes, because when you get into season, you really only have like 3-4 days to truly prepare for your next opponent. But for week one, I mean, the Will Andersons of the world, you know, the starters, I'm not going to name all the starters. They've been preparing for this. They've been thinking about it. They've been watching film on it since before the last preseason game. Mm-hmm. I don't know how many coaching staffs will admit it, but your starters and your role players who know they're going to make the team, they literally start breaking down film and watching film of the first regular season game before the last preseason game. So just the time that you've put in and that you spent studying, you get anxious and you're like, come on, let's hurry up and get this over with. Then once the season starts, it's like, oh man, we don't have enough time to kind of learn about the next opponent. So that's the one thing that I think the guys, frustrated isn't the right word, but they're just ready. You know, they're mentally, physically ready to hurry up and get this game started and over with.
Is that something that can affect kind of the detail? Because I went and rewatched both of the Colts games, and one of the things I noticed is I think it's going to be important for this team to have discipline and details on point. Not that that's not anything that's novel when it comes to being a football team, but is that anxiety, that readiness to get to the football, can that affect that?
Yeah, not so much just the anxiety, because these guys are still pros. Mm-hmm. You know, they're still pros. But I do believe sometimes you can over study. You know, one thing I used to say, because you don't know this, Reggie, but I'm the greatest domino player in the history of domino. So, you know, anytime my opponent gets all nervous and they're sweating because they know I'm about to hit them up for 15, I always tell them, you know, study long, wrong. And I think that you can do that also with football. Like, you have extra weekend, you know, you're studying Quentin Nelson, you know, the all-pro guard, and you're like, okay, I think I have a beat on his set. But then you watch it for another 2 hours, you're like, maybe I don't have the beat that I thought I had. No, you did have that right lead. So I do believe, and it's a good thing. You don't want to tell guys, hey, don't study as much, but trust what you're seeing. Mm-hmm. And when you watch it a little too long, you start doubting yourself and you doubt what you initially see, then that could kind of mess you up.
Hey, what do you expect from Bobby Slowick this year that might be different? We heard from C.J. Stroud yesterday. Reggie and I were talking off air about, you know, I keep saying dude's got some new toys, and I think he's got some new ideas. So what are you expecting him to maybe put a twist on things this year?
Just a little more creativity, because you have so many new toys, as you said. You have so many talented guys, and, you know, again, hopefully they stay healthy all at the same time. But here's the thing. Ultimately, you make plays or you call plays to win the game, to put points on the board. But when you have the Nico Collins, the Stephon Diggs, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, Joe Mixon, like, you got to get creative to get them the ball. Not just to keep them happy, because we're all grown men, it's their job, but to also really utilize the different weapons you have. As a defensive player, when you're studying and getting ready for, I remember when we played The Greatest Show on Turf with Kurt Warner, Isaac Bruce, was it Troy, or I forgot his name? Torrey Hogan, yeah. The Marshall Faulk. They had so many guys. It was like, okay, just focus on this one guy. So you really had to respect and prepare for all of them. And then in the game, you also had to make your in-game adjustments if the offensive coordinator was truly utilizing everything that he has. So I would expect to see just more creativity with the talent that he has.
Key to winning this week one game in an Indy is?
not letting Anthony Richardson show his ass. Like, this is one of those guys where, to me, he's feast or famine. Like, he's a guy where, you know, he has 3 fumbles because he reversed to being a running back, and, you know, you have the big boys hitting you now. You don't have that red jersey on. Or he can mess around and throw for 200 yards, run for another 120, and you don't want him to get confident early in the game. So I really think it's to shut down Anthony Richardson and take away his confidence early in the game.
Man, buddy, I've been looking forward to this conversation all week long, and, of course, you delivered. ND Kalu, we appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time, my man.
My man, I will talk to y'all next week, and hopefully it'll be after a victory.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir, absolutely. There he goes, ND Kalu, former Texan and number 1 in our
great dude, just the best.
Absolutely. He's not with you, Fig, on the reach for the end zone. He's like, no, you need to reach for the end zone. Give that effort.
You only get that one shot to score a touchdown.
Unless it's like 1 second left in the game and you just going all in trying to get the touchdown.
Yeah.
How'd you feel in that moment? Because I think I saw it in your eyes that you were a little, you didn't know what to say when ND was like, nah, I disagree.
I was cool with it. I was just shocked, man. I guess I got a coaching mindset, I guess.
There we go.
I'm like, don't do it, man.
Yeah. Protect the ball.
We ain't getting all the way to the 1 yard line to give it back.
Like, those are the worst. Those are indeed the worst. All right, In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including a contract getting signed that could also have implication on the Astros now. We'll talk about that next.
Football.
Star Grill Shop is Houston's headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents It's Poppin'.
All right, let's get what's popping here on a Thursday. NFL season opener Thursday. Right here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. And on Sports Radio 610, you will hear that season opener. Chiefs, Ravens, tonight. And so super excited for that to happen. We'll talk more about that one as the program goes along. But I actually want to start in baseball, if you don't mind. We saw this morning, we got a little bit of insight, which is funny because it feels like we've been doing that a whole bunch over the last week or so, where we'll come into work and there's some news when it comes to somebody getting a contract that could possibly be of interest to a Houston sports team. And there's been a lot of football stuff that could be to the Texans. And now baseball possibly for the Astros, as the San Francisco Giants have inked Matt Chapman to a 6-year, $151 million contract extension. So they got rid of the last 2 years of his deal so that this now is it's now at this number, about 25 thereabouts, 25 plus some change million a year average annual value.
But who's counting?
What'd you say?
But who's counting?
Oh yeah, no, I mean
we are.
I am.
Bregman counting.
His agent's counting. That's the important one. Alex Bregman, because Matt Chapman as a third baseman now is in that place where, let me see. Oh no, internet, don't do this to me. I had the page up and everything.
That's okay.
That's tough.
It's okay. It's all up here, baby.
I mean,
it's all up here.
For you.
No,
That's
not for me.
Yeah, okay. I was about to say, not for me, buddy. I'd be dependent on this internet, my boy. But no, he's up there when it comes to third baseman, and that means a lot when you look at Alex Bregman. Chapman 31, Bregman 30. To the way that these dudes play, it's fairly similar when it comes to production. And so it's fair to assume that this could be a number that would inform what would be necessary if this team was to bring back Bregman next season.
Well, you hit on all the important points. He's a year older than Bregman. He's got about the same numbers, slightly better if you look at all the numbers this year, but still same ballpark as Bregman. Third baseman, plays the position that is valued when you have numbers like that. And he just got 6 years, $151 million. Here's where it gets real, so to speak.
I think it's batting WAR is the number that's been about the same over their careers.
Yeah. And this is where it gets really interesting for the Astros. This tells you, the Astros aren't going to give Bregman this contract. If you're basing it on their recent history, they don't do contracts more than about 5 or 6 years. And this is 6, so maybe that would line up. But $151 million for Bregman at 30 years old just isn't going to happen. So Bregman is liking this contract, but I just don't think it's going to be here.
Yeah, and you look at the Astros, they're already this season third highest payroll if you're looking forward. Yeah. Eighth highest for 25, seventh highest for 26. And that's before any level of considerations of what a Bregman salary, if it's looking somewhere like this $25 million average annual value, would add to that. And so, yeah, you do wonder if there would be any level of willingness to be able to dole that out. And if not, now you're having to start to answer. And, of course, I don't know exactly what the organization perspective is, right? What's the outlook, right? Are they comfortable with the idea of a window beginning to close and finding whatever the retool or rebuild or whatever that word ultimately is for this team? Or are they going to try and pry it open? Because then figuring out what that third base looks like is something that is actively on your to-do list.
I call them lifetime achievement contracts.
That's how baseball used to work, baby.
Yeah. Bagwell got one when he couldn't even throw.
Yeah.
He got a lifetime achievement contract. And
stupid analytics. Now everybody's like, what have you done for me lately?
And you can't really blame some teams when they are revered, players that have been just part of your makeup and part of the community and part of everything. But the Astros have given Jose Altuve a lifetime achievement contract. Yeah. Are they going to do 2? No, I don't think so. They might hold Bregman in very similar regard because he's been here from the start, but I can't see them doing that. Bregman and Altuve with these big money longer term deals.
Another thing that's popping, and if you could cue up, I might be hitting you a little too late for this. The Astros play-by-play cut 3 here. Fig, as Spencer Arrighetti, terrible outing, only goes 2/3 of an inning before he is pulled. A allows 9 earned runs.
Sorry, what?
7 of those while he was actually on the diamond. 2 more were charged to him.
Yeah.
Now, it wasn't a good look for him at all. It just could not get control of particularly his four-seam fastball, just laying meatballs over the plate. But what was tough also is that he had an opportunity to get out of this inning, except this happened.
France on third, Fraley on second, Espinal on first, and an 0-2 count to Ahmed Rosario. Hit blade past Jeremy Payne into center field. 2 runs are going to score. Chaz McCormick comes in and will underhand it back to Pena. That was sharply hit, but a ball that Jeremy would like to have another shot at.
And that's not the only one over the course of the season. We've mentioned the Jeremy Pena, like a negative outfields above or outs above average rather. Defensively, it just has not been good for him. And I went and I was looking at Baseball Savant, a site that I like kind of looking at quite a bit. When it comes to the overall percentile rankings, I'm throwing some stats at you. Stick with me, right? We're boiling his entire batting, like everything at the plate, down to where he ranks in the league, right? And if you understand percentiles, if you're in the 99th percentile, you're one of the quite literally the best. And if you're in the first percentile, you're literally one of the worst. He's in the 26th percentile when it comes to batting value. He is in the 27th percentile when it comes to fielding value. Both of those are not good.
Not good.
And so the question then becomes, and I think you asked this question.
Maybe this is just him. He's had his, obviously as a rookie, ALCS and World Series MVP, and oh man, the prospects are off the chart. And then he kind of slid back, a little bit, or a lot of bit, in 2023. Came on late, but maybe this is just what he is, and that's not a very promising thing if your defense doesn't make up for it.
Yeah.
Remember last year, Figgy, I was comparing him before he got hot to Adam Everett because he was a terrific defensive player, like absolutely a vac out there, but his offense was down. Then he came back and picked up his offense, and you're like, all right, so maybe he's reverting to his earlier form. Well, he didn't, and so maybe this is just what his offense is going to be, which you can live with this if he is Adam Everett on defense, if he is just a vacuum and a plus player defensively. But you touched on the numbers earlier, like progressively worse defensively right now. That's not how you want to do it.
Yeah, and that's the thing that scares me more than anything. This dude's 26 years of age.
Yeah.
Like, this is supposed to still be a time where you can range and all those things, and he can, right? Again, the base running, I'm not going to give you the actual number, but it's very good, right? So he can still, the athleticism is there, which you imagine would translate defensively at shortstop. Is it focus? What is it? And that's got to be figured out, because this is a guy that you anticipated would be somebody that you could depend on. Right now, it's not looking like that. So that's real unfortunate, and it cost Spencer Arrighetti, and it really cost the Astros big time yesterday, and honestly in the game that's probably about to come up here in about 20 minutes. It'll be interesting to see how deep Hunter Brown can go, because if he can't, your pen is going to be wheezing in some way.
The pitching has been the story for this team, but boy, part of that is you got to have good defense behind them. And really, Pena's just sort of the symptom of a defense for the Astros that's just not good overall. I mean, they rank in the bottom third in defensive runs saved, which means you're saving runs means you're playing good defense. Ain't gonna work if you can't do that.
Margins just get thinner.
Yeah.
For pitching, offense. So, look. I guess the hopefully that I'll ultimately tag on the back of this is hopefully there's some level of upward progression towards that as you end the season, so that you're playing better baseball and your best baseball at the right time. But that was a little disheartening or disenchanting. I don't know what the right word is. You know what I'm trying to say.
Disheartening.
There we go. Thank you. To see something that I don't know. Was this disheartening? Darius Slay, or I guess Darius Slayton in some ways. I felt bad for him. So let's take this from the top. Tomorrow night, the second game of the season will be played in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah.
Between the Eagles and the Green Bay Packers, both two teams that have green in their jerseys.
Not
their
the
colors.
best decision.
Not particularly, as they're playing in Brazil. There is kind of I think the stadium that they're playing in is Corinthians, I believe.
I don't remember. Yeah.
And so. There's that, but some of these fans could be a little rabid, and apparently the opposing team or the rival team of the stadium that they're playing at, their colors are green, and so there's issues there. I believe Brazil, just in general, also supposedly has a high crime rate, and with that, And so
one
Darius
of the
Slay,
highest in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Darius Slay got on his podcast kind of talking about his, I don't know, trepidation is the right word when it comes to going down to Brazil.
Let's get into this Brazil trip. Week 1, I'm looking forward to it. I can't wait. But, man, I do not want to go to Brazil. And you want to know why? I'm here to tell you why. They already told us not to leave the hotel. They told us we can't do too much going on because the crime rate is crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, NFL, why y'all want to send us somewhere with the crime rate this high? And like we got so the first thing people think is like something terrible can possibly happen. I told my family do not come down there because like I'm not gonna be nowhere to be found. Really, I'm gonna be in a hotel chilling, minding my business, playing my game after a long 9.5-hour flight. So I don't have no intentions on doing that. I'm gonna eat hotel food. I'm doing everything.
Do it though. I mean, they always say, "Oh, it's a business trip. It's a business trip." Hey, everybody likes to see the sights in Brazil, but this is a mistake. I get wanting to expand the brand and all that stuff. They didn't think this all the way through is the problem.
Oh, they did. Just all the way through that they were thinking about was money.
Yeah,
that green.
Money be green.
Yeah,
right. Money be green.
Yeah.
And so Darius Slay, I guess somebody was like, "Hey man, not a good look." He got out on Twitter yesterday and tweeted the following: "I want to apologize to anyone I offended. That wasn't my intention. I'm looking forward to playing in your beautiful country, and I've heard y'all are very passionate, just like our amazing Eagles fan. Just a few more days. Can't wait."
Okay.
4 exclamation points.
You believe in him?
He gonna stay in that hotel. That's what he's gonna do.
He's absolutely gonna stay in that hotel. You want to know why? The NFL briefed them, right? Like,
I'm looking at some of the things right now.
The reason why he's afraid, like, this is honestly somewhat the NFL's fault. And look, I understand they're trying to get ahead, making sure everybody knows, hey, we can really keep you protected in certain places, right? In the stadium, you're gonna be good. You got that locked down. The hotel, you're gonna be good.
Yeah.
When you start venturing out, can't really tell.
You're on your own.
We don't know what happens out there, but we want you to know.
Yeah. When you send
you
send that email and make it 10 times worse.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh no. Now I know. Look, Brazil is an absolute. I've never been there, but it's an absolutely gorgeous country. I've been in that part of the world. I feel bad for them. I understand. The numbers don't lie. It is a high crime rate area where they're going to be playing this game, and in particular, Sao Paulo. I get all that. The murder rates and all that. Look, they're going to have all kinds of security. They could probably go out and have a great time and all that. I just think, like, it was a mistake. You had to think it through a little bit more. The teams you were sending, the messaging that you were getting, the updated, climate in Brazil. You kind of got to take a step back and say, hey, you know what? Let's do it another time. Let's do it another time because it's just not a good time.
Yeah, but you understand also the logistics of these things. Don't shift quickly. They move like a tanker.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And so ultimately they decided this is where they were going to make their money, and I'm sure it'll go over swimmingly. But they put the fear of God in these boys. They're like, hey, if we're going to make sure that everything goes well by y'all staying in them hotels, and you know what? They might have just honestly just tried to scare these boys into making sure that they don't do no funny stuff.
Yeah.
Because you are playing an away game. And one thing I will say, as much as people are talking about, hey, Philly is less safe than Sao Paulo and all those, right? One thing about it, at least you're playing a home game. You understand the legal system, those things. Let you find out, be in a Brazilian jail and see how that goes for you.
Yeah, they don't need none of these players trying to go to a strip club and see some Brazilian women and end up stuck over there doing 25 to life over something silly.
I've seen those reality shows. What is it? The foreign prison shows or whatever?
Yeah.
Ooh, those are nasty.
Yeah.
So, I think Brown was the one that was saying that the NFL came in and gave them a bunch of do's and don'ts. He said there were a lot more don'ts.
Yeah. He said don't wear green.
There were a lot more don'ts.
Yeah, don't wear green. Don't be in those places. So best of luck. Best of luck to all them.
Godspeed.
Stay in the hotel. Play the football. Bring yourself back. 9.5-hour flight down there, huh?
I'm telling you, man.
God bless.
It's a long way.
That sounds like that's gonna be fun. There you go. I guess that's what's popping here in Loot Sports Radio 610. We're looking forward to Week 1, Sunday noon. You can hear that right here on Sports Radio 610 as your Texans start off their season in Indy versus the Colts. What are the matchups you're most interested in? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about the matchups in the Texans-Indy game. We'll do that next.
On with Payne and Pendergast.
Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000. Void in Mississippi.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Week 1, rapidly approaching towards us. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez. You got Figgy Fig, you got myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you. Hope you're having a good afternoon now that we've
hey, 12:03, baby.
There we go. We're downhill on the show now. we're headed further and faster towards the start of the NFL season this evening, which you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. And even more so, headed closer towards Week 1 for your Texans at Indy. That's noon here on 610 on Sunday, which means we get started at 9 right?
Oh, baby.
You'll have Sean and Seth getting you ready for Texans football.
It's going to be football all week, man.
Buddy.
Yeah, it is.
Today, tomorrow,
yes,
Saturday,
correct.
All day.
That's right.
Sunday.
I don't know how I'm going to find time to do anything else in my life. But that's fine. That's the time of year. You're not supposed to do anything else with your life. You're supposed to just be a couch potato and watch this football.
Yeah, are you? I guess you can. You can get away with it now.
Am I not supposed to?
No, we will. I'm just saying, but are you supposed to?
Oh.
Ask your significant others about that. But, yeah, we will.
They know what time it is.
Yeah.
But okay, let's talk more about this game because as we move towards it, what are the matchups that you are finding interesting or that you're interested in? There you go. 713-572-4610. Some of you guys have already texted in. We appreciate you doing that. And I'll go ahead and read one from the 832. They said for them, it's guards and center of the Texans versus the defensive tackles of the Colts. And I think that's definitely a great one to start with because that's one of the places where you can look at the Colts and say, top of the league, right? At the top of the league with some of the things that they do. And that is the likes of Grover Stewart and DeForest Buckner in the middle of a defensive line, making it tough on an offensive line that honestly has not gotten a ton of time together and one that we're looking to see a level of progress from, a level of cohesion from. And because last year there was room, things to be desired, specifically in the run game also, right? Like being able to move and create holes that then your running backs can run through. And I know that Joe Mixon, you anticipate and feel that he's going to be better at create or like taking gaps that are there. You got to make sure that the gaps are there, and against those two in the middle, it might not be the easiest thing to do.
Dude, this is so important. I've got three that I think are going to be kind of integral to the game, and one that's going to be fun. But let's start right there with what the texter said, because the Texans don't even know. Like they're not even sure. They might feel like they have a hunch, but they've never. You've heard D'Amico talk about it. You heard Andy Kalu talk about it just about 45 minutes ago. Like this offensive line in its entirety just hadn't played. I mean, they just haven't done it. And when they have in the preseason, there's questions of, okay, is it Dameon Pierce just not being a good running back, or is it the offensive line? So even the Texans, as much as they've been out there every day, they've seen Kenyon Green, they're down with it. They're down with Juice Scruggs. They're down with, obviously, Shaq Mason on the interior. Yeah. They don't know. They're going to be as intrigued by this as all of us when they start running the ball and testing the interior of the defensive front.
And what would be really spicy, because obviously this will set the tone in some ways for how the run game will look all the way around, right? What would be really spicy is if that run game has some level of struggles, if it's not optimum, which, quite possible.
Yeah.
Does that then make it easier for the likes of DeForest Buckner to also apply pressure in the middle on passing situations?
Yeah.
That's where it'll get really bad, because I know that we've given C.J. Stroud a lot of credit for upping his game when it comes to pocket management, where he was already above what you would expect from a rookie, right? But as he continues to up his game and manage the pocket well and help his offensive line, you don't also take advantage of that by not being good against a stout interior of the defensive line. So, yeah, I'm with you, 8-3-2. Guard center, definitely a place that I'm going to be intrigued by. I wouldn't say that that's my most interested.
Yeah.
But that's definitely going to be one that you have to watch and keep track of.
Well, there isn't a quarterback alive, Tom Brady included, Joe Montana included.
Pressure up the middle.
That can deal consistently with pressure up the middle. Not one. So absolutely, that is huge. And the other part of this is, boy, when it comes to the offensive line, they're jumping into the deep end, man. I mean, this is as good as you're going to see all year. So they're jumping into the deep end of the pool right away. For me, it's going to be the Colts offensive line versus the interior defense.
Okay.
Because keep in mind, as we all know by now, no Danico Autry.
Correct.
And Fatukasi, we respect. We think there's something there. Mario Edwards, same thing. But, boy, that's Jonathan Taylor that's going to be carrying the ball behind those guys. That ain't, like I said, talk about jumping into the deep end. You've got an absolutely proven, solid top 5 offensive line in the league against a guy, an interior defense and a new linebacker here, although we like him, and Jonathan Taylor running the ball. That, to me, that's one of the 3 things that is absolutely going to determine, the outcome of the game ultimately.
Yeah, and along those same lines, because you went right into that running game, we talked to our guy ND just 40 minutes ago thereabouts, and he mentioned the thing that he's watching, the Lions run game, right?
Yeah.
And obviously, the run game is Jonathan Taylor, and he's feasted. Let's be honest, on this Texans team when he's had the opportunity to match up. But then also there is that nascent threat that Anthony Richardson poses as a dude who has the capability of running, right? And so the linebackers are going to have to really be on their P's and Q's, especially if they end up in situations where they might have to be used as spies as well. Like, they're going to have to be on it, and that also is going to be in part because Christian Harris isn't playing. And so if you can help me out here, Fig, can you give me cut one from D'Amico yesterday? Because D'Amico Ryans, when talking to the media, the first thing that he talked about was these Texans linebackers, especially when there's no Christian Harris for a little bit.
Yeah, not having Christian is tough. Christian really, he took a jump as the year went on last year, was really excited about his growth, and he was in a really great spot for us. So it hurts not having him. With the young guys who are behind him, right? Henry, Jake, Delshon, all those guys have to step up and just do their part, right? They don't have to be Christian. They just have to do what they're supposed to do, play our style of football, and they'll be just fine.
And that's a fair expectation to try and run out there, because I think it'd be unfair to be like, hey, go be Christian Harris, right? That being said, do your job and do what you're capable of doing. It's going to be put to a pretty high test.
Absolutely.
Against Indy.
Absolutely. I think another one of the matchups. Man, it's just so exciting to be talking about matchups for a real game here.
Let's do it.
just as a side
note. Want to break down Cephas?
Wait, no more Cephas.
Who gonna make the who gonna be the?
He didn't do anything. It's just fun saying Cephas.
Okay.
It's just fun.
Shout out Fuentes.
Shane Steichen. I mentioned this with ND. You mentioned ND a second ago. Shane Steichen against Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter. Look, guys, we know the expectation of these guys. We know how good we've seen them play. But you hear it all the time, and it is absolutely true. They're going to see things when it's real on Sunday that they have maybe never seen in their life. I know they come from good programs and all that stuff, and Georgia and all that. There are things that Shane Steichen is going to dial up specifically for the 2 rookies in the secondary that they maybe have never seen in their lives.
Sure.
That, to me, is how are they going to respond? How are they going to play? Are they going to make some of the same plays we've seen in the preseason? Part of me doesn't even blink when I talk about Kalen Bullock and Kamari Lassiter playing because they've looked so good and prepared and ready for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But another part of me is like, they're still rookies.
For sure.
And that's Shane Steichen on the other sideline, like just going to pick that scab as much as he can.
Right. You know? And especially because they utilize a lot of RPO. And
Yeah.
shout out to 832 who mentioned this as well. Like, want to see how the middle of this defense and the defense in general deals with the RPO game and the deception that is therein. And that's coming back to the linebackers as well. How disciplined will they be in getting those tells, those types of things? Obviously, one of the nice things, Azeez Al-Shaair played in the division last year as well. Like, he has some familiarity with RPOs, and particularly how Indy likes utilizing them, right? So, yeah, all of those things coming together, right? The deception for the linebackers, and then also for these, especially Kalen Bullock as a safety, right?
Yeah.
What will happen there, and making sure that they're on their P's and Q's when it comes down to that. But you started mentioning Steichen, and that makes me want to go back to D'Amico from Monday, where he was asked specifically about his relationship and his history with Shane Steichen when they were, both coordinators in the NFC. Obviously, D'Amico Ryans, defensive coordinator for the Niners. Shane Steichen was an offensive coordinator for the Eagles. They've had matchups, and so he was asked about that relationship.
Yeah, I don't look at it as a history, right, between me and Steichen. Like, it's about the players playing the game, right? Our players, Shane is a really good coach. He always has his guys prepared, ready to go, really respect him as a coach. And for me, we got to do the same. Like, just have our guys prepared, ready to go, ready for anything that they may throw at us. So it's not about me or Shane. It's about the players who strap it up on the field.
Oh, but it is. Right? Like, I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Don't get me, but it is. Those are two, in addition to being head coaches, they're also primary play callers on their sides of the football. And so I think that's going to, like, the actual chess match of this all absolutely is going to
100%.
factor in.
100%. No question about it. Here's another one that I think is going to be very key. Like I said, I think these three things probably as integral as anything toward the outcome. Dalton Schultz.
Okay.
Dalton Schultz specifically. I'm going to go just a player here. We know what teams have done with this arsenal of receivers in the preseason. They kept it pretty vanilla. But what is Bob going to dial up to get these guys? The Colts are going to try to protect over the top, one way or another, whether it's towards Stephon Diggs.
They'd be smart to.
Or Nico. Nico smoked them. On the first drive.
Yeah, I have a strong feeling when they come out to begin with, those safeties are going to come out with the philosophy of no man deeper.
Let's not let that happen again.
No man deeper, for sure.
Yeah. So Dalton Schultz has been one of my, sort of eye-opening developments of the preseason. I think that's where Bobby Slowick, speaking of matchups with the coaches, is going to try to dial things up for Schultz to maybe eat a little bit underneath or however he uses him, and then open things up otherwise.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
One of the other things that's a passing fancy, I don't know if it's like a super interesting matchup for me, because this wide receiving core for the Colts, I don't think it's like incredible, but it's fine, especially when you obviously Michael Pittman is their number one. A.D. Mitchell, right? Mo City, right?
Yeah.
He clearly has the potential to be a tough matchup against this secondary for the Texans. I think it's going to be really interesting. We talked with B. Scott on Tuesday, the idea of maybe Kamari Lassiter matching up with A.D. Mitchell, some of the familiarity that exists there and that type of stuff. But that brought me to, like, obviously that matchup's going to matter when it comes to secondary, seeing how these guys kind of fully come together. But you think it's possible that Stingley travels? Because last year, we were talking about this before the show, didn't travel except when it got to the important stages of the season, right, in the postseason, right? And I know that the idea is that they're saying that he won't travel. I think really insightful to see if early in this season he travels again. And so basically the idea being, was that that reluctance to have him travel early about him being, kind of younger, and as he develops into that high level of defensive back and cornerback, then now he'll be a traveling type corner?
Yeah.
Or is that more about the system that they will have a situation where he won't travel unless absolutely necessary?
I think that's an ongoing story we're going to have to follow here. D'Amico Ryans was very adamant last year. That's not how we do things. That's not how we do things. Lo and behold, they go against the Browns in the postseason, and there's Derek Stingley traveling with Amari Cooper wherever he was on the field.
Yeah.
So that's something we're going to have to monitor because maybe that's the next step for Derek Stingley. Like, that's how good they feel he is.
Exactly.
Where they're like, you know what? Forget what we've always been and what we've always done. We got a dude that can do that. So let's go ahead and let him. He proved himself against the Browns. I mean, just absolutely played terrific, against Cooper. And so maybe that's like the next step.
Right.
And it'll not just be against the Colts. It'll be a regular thing.
Sure. And if he does travel with Pittman, does that affect the way that they go about throwing the football Indy does? Are they going to do the thing where they go, all right, well, Michael Pittman basically is basically off the table, and so A.D. Mitchell, Josh Downs, what's my other cat that I've already forgotten his name, and Pierce? Is that
Alec Pierce?
There you go, Alec Pierce, right?
Yeah.
Are they then going to get the lion's share of things, and especially going over towards Kamari Lassiter? Is he going to get a baptism in that way, or if Sting level, then what do we see from their tendencies there as well? So yeah, I think that's going to be something that I'm watching in a quite a decent amount of detail, even though I don't know if that's the bigger matchup. For me.
I think that's a good one to see how it plays out all year long.
Yeah, for me, those linebackers and that interior game, just spine of the defense stuff against this Colts team, I think is going to be really fun.
And then there's a fun one. This isn't necessarily this is going to determine the game or be a big factor. I'm just curious to see how C.J. Stroud and E.J. Speed and Zaire Franklin sort of mix it up.
Okay.
Sort of like that's more for entertainment.
Are we going to get like the sounds of the sideline next week? Is that what we're going to all be waiting for?
They're going to be chattering at each other and all that. That to me is just for entertainment value. Based on the offseason, we talked about it day before yesterday, I believe. Sort of the beef that they have and all that stuff.
Sure.
So, yeah, that's just going to be for fun.
Okay. 346 on the text line. Fair. They say they don't like their rookie versus our rookie when it comes to that matchup. A.D. Mitchell's fast, and then of course there were concerns about Lassiter's just outright foot speed.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's a fair situation. Maybe another reason why that could be fun to watch should it come up. Appreciate you texting in. Appreciate you guys rocking with us. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, time for us to get our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
We got ChatGPT to help us. To the My Home Library program. For every $30 gifted, an economically disadvantaged Houston child will receive their own library of new books. Help us help Houston kids during our Kids Read Radiothon next Tuesday. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, if you haven't noticed, I've been giving T-Mill a hard time today. Did he bet 100? Did he get Clint to bet 100?
Well,
what was the whole thing on that?
Well, he definitely put money on Arrighetti. He took the over on 5.5 strikeouts for Arrighetti in his outing yesterday. Now, obviously, he came woefully short. With
woefully short.
An abundance of 0 strikeouts in 2 1/3 innings of work. And unfortunately, that happened. But no, Mill put his money down on that. And he came on the drive yesterday with Stoerner and Hughley, and he declared that his stone cold lock for the week and maybe for the month was Arrighetti over 5.5 strikeouts. And I mean, it made sense to the point where Clint was like, let me get in on that action. Put 100 down for me. And unfortunately, or fortunately for Clint, Tyler didn't have space to make that shake. So
Lock of the dang month is what he tweeted. Okay, but here's my confession.
Okay.
I actually think that was a good bet.
Agreed.
I think that was a good bet. I'm going to defend T-Mill a little bit as much as I've been giving him a hard time. Sometimes you just chalk it up to that's gambling. That's why sometimes you could make a smart bet. It's an educated bet. The way Arrighetti has been pitching, I not only would have been right there with T-Mill, I probably would have bet on the Astros to win. Lo and behold, they gave a 9 spot up in the first inning.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
See, that's exactly why I don't bet. Because I would have jumped in on that. He would have talked me into it.
Yeah.
And I would have been pissed off at him, the Astros, Arrighetti. I would be cussing on this station.
Yeah, as much as possible, I need logical resolutions to my line of thought. Right?
Yeah.
And sports so often, like you can go through the logic and then the result does not match the process, and you're just like, but I followed the process.
Right. And some people might say, what do you mean it was a good bet? They gave up 9 runs and he lost it and he didn't even less than an inning. No, I'm talking about it was a good bet to make. Like it made sense. There was good logic behind it. There was good thought behind it. Now that doesn't get Clint back his $100.
Well, Clint never gave $100, thankfully.
But yeah, doesn't get anybody back their money that went with it. All I'm saying is, this is gambling, man. This is gambling.
And that's why it's gross.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So the Astros are playing right now, and I feel like I should have probably given the lineup before this.
No, that's all right. No.
So
no, we're cool.
As this confession, I will just clean that up. Jose Altuve leading off, playing second. Jordan DHing second. Yainer Diaz was catching, batting third. Alex Bregman playing in this one and playing third again.
How about that?
So they're just he's good. He's doing that. He played third yesterday too. Interesting. John Singleton at first, batting fifth. Jeremy Payne at shortstop, batting sixth. Ben Gamlin left, batting seventh.
All right.
Chaz McCormick obviously holding it down as Jake Myers on paternity leave. He's in center field, batting eighth.
Back today, by the way.
Is he not?
I believe he's back
okay,
today.
very good.
Yeah.
So he'll get back to work, I imagine, next time that they're out there, because I was like, tomorrow's Friday. And then Jason Hayward in right field, batting ninth. So there you go. I apologize for not being on my P's and Q's and also saying tonight, as they are obviously playing in the middle of the day. So
Don't be so hard on yourself, man.
Yeah.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of being hard on yourself, I almost called in today, man.
Oh!
What? I was not feeling it today, man.
You're
I
like,
only slept.
Man, Reggie gonna mess up this Astros.
Dog.
We're gonna get out of here.
I was asleep. I mean, I could barely sleep last night. I only got like maybe 2 or 3 hours of sleep.
Oh, I hate that.
For some reason.
What was the problem?
I don't know. I had like a little cough too that just kept me up.
Huh.
But I was feeling fine. I just couldn't really sleep, man. I went to sleep kind of early.
Just thinking a lot about. That's what usually it is for me. Like if I stay up, get a little insomnia, I'm just like thinking of all the things I need to do or that are happening or whatever.
Yeah.
Or what was it?
Yeah.
It's that house
I think probably that. Probably that. I had a little cough that came out of nowhere. I went to sleep around 10, and then I woke up around 1 and stayed up. I was just in the bed tossing back and forth until like 5:30, 6, and I finally fell asleep at 6. Then the wife woke me up around 6:30.
Oh, 6 a.m.
I was dead sleep too, to the point I think I was having a dream.
Yeah.
And she kind of scared me a little bit where I kind of jumped up. And I'm just like, man, I should call in. I never call in either, but I almost said, hey, I ain't feeling good.
Nap day for Figgy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was tough.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got about the weirdest DM I've gotten in a long, long time.
Oh,
today.
are you sure you want to say that on air?
Yeah, because it's a done deal. I got a weird DM.
Okay, I'm very okay.
Guess who slid into my DMs? Just take a wild guess, Figgy. I didn't tell you. He knows.
I was gonna play it like I didn't, but it's cool.
Baseball player.
Baseball player. Bagwell? Was it?
No, he could text me. He's got my number. Yeah.
Okay.
Look at that.
Little humble brag there. But Jose Canseco.
Oh, wow.
Jose Canseco.
By the way, do you have like a relationship with Jose Canseco?
I mean, I covered him back in the early 2000s. I mean, I interviewed him at his locker, but it wasn't like.
Do he like know you well?
No. We did have a nice conversation once. Long time ago, back when Sports Radio 610 did that Fan Fest. Remember that? That was before your time, Figgy.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
So we had a conversation. He was one of the guests. But no, he doesn't know me. So Jose Canseco, this is the second part of the confession. I'm starting to feel like people just want to see me embarrass myself.
Huh.
like
that's possible.
Like the bet with, wearing the helmet that the football gods just wanted to see me embarrass myself.
Okay, yes.
Guess what he DM'd me about, Figgy?
What?
Hey, man. Okay, first of all, Jose Canseco, we don't know each other that well.
Hey, man.
Y'all on a hey man basis. Hey man.
Are we on a hey man basis now? Hey, man, I would love to have you at our Celebrity Home Run Derby October 5th in Sugarland.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. I mean, I said yes. I don't know where the hell. First of all, I am not going to, and I played baseball as a kid, but I mean, come on. When was the last time I swung a bat? I am not going to get the ball
He
out
wants you to be in it?
In it.
Hey, wait,
dang.
did you follow up? Oh.
I thought it was just like, come out
and see what's happening.
Cover it.
Yeah.
In it. I am not going to get the ball out.
He must be thinking you somebody else.
Yes.
Can you convince them that your at bat goes like, how the KBO does it where they have bunt competition.
Yeah.
And you do that portion of it. Because I want to lay down a real solid bunt.
Maybe he thought it was the other J-Lo. I don't know. But that was bizarre. I think people just want to see me embarrass myself, and I will.
Shout out to B. Scott adding some context that it might be a bot Lopez because Jose Canseco follows everyone, but I don't know if the bot would DM.
No. I got with his. He gave me his manager's number, and I talked with his manager.
Very good.
So you going?
I guess.
All right.
All right.
So you better get
pull
in the
every muscle in my body.
Yeah, get in the batting.
Hey, we got to make sure a representative of Sports Radio 610 is out there to catch this content.
Oh Lord, I'm gonna pull everything.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All my naps nowadays are unplanned.
You're getting to that age.
Every single nap. I over the last, I don't know, probably 15 months at least.
Mm-hmm.
I can't recall one time where I was like, I want to take a nap. I am scheduling time for a nap. It's always just the nap catch me. You know what I mean? Like along the same lines of what you're talking about, Figgy. You might have planned a nap for after this show, right? Because you're like, I'm tired. It's never that. It's like I'm just chilling, watching TV. Next thing I know,
you fall asleep in your chair?
TV's watching me, right? Something like that.
Do you fall asleep in your chair?
On the sofa.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, man.
That's tough.
I don't think I've fallen asleep in like a chair like we're sitting in or anything like that.
Yeah.
I haven't done that. But like, yeah, sitting on the sofa watching TV, all of a sudden you wake up and you've been out for, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 minutes. So yeah, like I've realized that, and I don't know what that says about me. I'm still, I think, a pretty young 32 years of age, but I'm planned to nap in at least a year, at the very least.
Man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm kind of proud of my wife, man, because
you weren't yesterday.
I really wasn't, but she kind of made up for it, man.
Okay. All right.
She said something that kind of made me smile. She said, "Oh yeah, it's football season now, so I know you're gonna be watching all the games and all that stuff." I'm like, hey, there we go.
She just knew what time it was?
Yeah. So I think she's coming around because honestly, being in Ohio, it wasn't crazy football season as far as especially college.
Like this.
Like everybody watch Ohio State and that's it.
Yeah.
Like there's no college spirit in the city of Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she actually down with she liked football season. Now she don't watch sports or anything, but I think she just liked me being home, sitting on the couch while the game is playing all day long and all that stuff. So I think she coming around to be living in Houston, living in Texas.
She's
excellent.
She's officially official.
Yeah.
She's a Houstonian.
So I'm like, I'm super happy about that, man, because some people, if they don't watch sports, they don't care about it. And they don't care if you care about it.
Facts.
No. And they don't want you to. They're
They
like,
don't
no,
want
we
you
got
to.
something else to do.
Yeah. So
Honestly, there are times where I'm like, and it feels almost sacrilegious to say this, where I'm like, you know how much more time I would have to do things if I did not like work like sports so much?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So much of my time goes to watching sports.
I mean, you got your to-do list like everybody else, and you're like, nah, not today.
Right. Once about 7 o'clock rolls around and go on the East Coast, about 6 o'clock. Well, I'm in, right? Like I got somewhere to be.
Yeah, and I think the thing I love about her too is she just liked the football noise, the ambience.
The
ambience,
vibe,
being on. Because I tried to do that with basketball one time. She was just like, "Man, this ain't hitting the
Give her
same."
time. It'll come around.
Because she usually sit around on the couch with me, not really paying attention, but just hearing the football game. She might ask a question or two during the game, but yeah, I think she liked football season.
Gateway drug.
She's redeemed herself.
You love to see it. There we go. Some confessions here, late lunchtime confessions here in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Multiple people, different numbers. I checked on the text line. Said it seems like he was looking for George Lopez and he got John Lopez.
I've been called George Lopez more times than I can count.
So we'll see if he's disappointed. Let us know if he's disappointed when you pull up and he's like, "You're not."
You're like, wait a minute.
That's not who I was expecting.
Who are you?
So we'll see.
Like, how's the TV show going, man?
Exactly.
Not gonna happen. That was so bizarre, man.
Look, and it still has the possibility of being even more bizarre.
You think he remembers you?
I don't know. I mean, like we've had conversations, but it was just like a regular, we had one-on-one, for a few minutes, and mostly it was like at your locker, or whatever. Or maybe he just searched like people in Houston that maybe could be seat fillers or something in the home run derby.
You're gonna be hanging around the snitch,
I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah, let us know what. Wow, hanging around a snitch. I like
hanging around a rat.
Let us know when that ultimately happens. We gotta see how awkward that is, or maybe great.
No, it's not gonna be great.
Okay. Good. I was trying to be optimistic. Whatever. Coming up next, we're trying to do this every Thursday. A little cap or no cap. Here are some situations that were put together. You think they're telling the truth, or you think they capping? We'll talk about that next.
The Drive is live.
Conditions versus API SP test limits.
Texas Star Grill Shop has the best grills and outdoor kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie.
That's right. You're in the loop. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula, hanging out with you on this Thursday, this opening day Thursday for the NFL. When it comes to baseball, though, a little getaway game for your Houston Astros in Cincinnati, looking for their first win in Cincinnati in the series, but then also in a very, very, very long time. Couple of strikeouts for Hunter Brown already through 2 innings of work. Still tied at nothing in the top of the third right now.
All right, so you want to do a little cap or no cap?
Let's do it.
Let's start with the Astros. Hey, did you hear this today? Dana Brown.
Yes.
Figgy, cap or no cap? Dana Brown
You could
said,
probably just stop at Dana Brown, I bet. He probably wouldn't like me saying that.
What's your answer before you even hear the question?
Cap.
What's your answer?
I mean, I have learned that cap is probably the higher percentage answer.
Okay, so Dana Brown said he thinks Kyle Tucker could be back tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I'm excited about that.
Cap or no cap?
I mean, again, high percentage answers to say cap. I would be. I think we've gotten through the mess of this at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I will actually choose to open my heart up to the potential of heartbreak again.
Yeah.
And I'll say no cap. I think that we could see Kyle Tucker make his way back, especially now that we've gotten some level of resolution on what kept him out for so long.
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the fact of the matter is he's been out long enough that that hairline fracture could probably have resolved, and he get himself back up to speed. That he won't need a rehab start.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with it. Like I would
Bless
love to
your heart.
see. I'd love to see him back in lineup tomorrow.
Bless his whittle heart.
I'm trying. It might just be hopium. It might just be me hoping.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no cap.
Oh,
and this,
bless your heart.
Woo!
And look,
positivity.
And this is why he got to know he got caught up in so many lies and stories
He does
and
know.
stuff.
He doesn't care.
So right now he got to redeem himself a little bit. So if he say he might play tomorrow.
That man was on the flagship.
He got
on their
redeem himself.
flagship station yesterday, talking about. Well, you got to understand, right?
Yeah.
When we looked at it from the front, right, it looked like there was a bone bruise and there was a lot of swelling, and then eventually,
let me clear something up real quick.
When we looked at it at the back, it looked like it was already healing, and I'm like,
But
okay,
too much swelling.
I'm like, but dog, they asked you on
come
Saturday, and
on.
you're like, nah, ain't no break in there.
Yo,
So, I don't know.
bless y'all's
when
little hearts.
somebody say, "Oh, let me clear something up real quick."
Yeah.
It's like, all right, you mean business now, huh?
Cap. All right, next. The Texans put out a little teaser video yesterday.
Yes.
They made it too obvious. Like it was a teaser of a silhouette, some dude like wringing his hands. Who wrings his hands like that all the time? Who does that all the time? J.J. Watt.
Justin James Watt.
They made it so obvious. They go, coming tomorrow. That it was J.J. Watt in the silhouette. That it was J.J. Watt's hands. The way he does his hands when he kind of wrings them or
So
whatever.
he's coming back?
So, yeah. Is this
He's still in it for Dinico?
Is this a teaser video of J.J. Watt somehow involved in the Texans again, maybe even coming back? Cap or no cap on what the message they're trying to send?
I don't even.
They're trying to let you know, hey, J.J. Watt's got something to say.
Yeah. I'm trying to work through. Like, obviously, he's not going to come play football. I think that's fair, right? We know that. I'm like, could he be in some vibes consultant type role, something like that, where it's not actually a thing, but just a thing where he continues to be an ambassador of some sorts.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Would that be worth all of the buildup, or is this just like hey, J.J. Watt is going to be the dude on the hype video that leads up to week 1,
Mm-hmm.
And so to that end, I don't know. I guess I say no cap. He'll do something. He's attached to this organization.
I think the Texans, they in the business where they ain't trying to stump nobody. They ain't like trying. Otherwise, they wouldn't even put them in. They wanted to make it super obvious.
Yeah.
But they just wanted to tease. Oh, we got a special trailer coming, and I don't think they was trying to stump anybody.
I think the message they're sending is cap. I think JJ's just going to be in the hype video.
Oh, okay.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think he's just going to, but it's
I'm with
trolling, basically, is what it is.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
everybody knows what
they
it
try. Yeah, they trying to hype people up for
That's
a hype
fair.
video.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
it
I
is.
think you're right.
All right, cap or no cap? Stephon Diggs said in GQ, we talked about it yesterday, that in both Minnesota and Buffalo, they did not want him to leave, that it was his decision. Cap or no cap?
That's interesting. I'll go ahead and.
It's a tough one for me.
I'm trying to think what the Minnesota situation was. I feel like Buffalo, they probably didn't want him to go. Like, they did start utilizing him. No, I'll go Cap.
You gonna say Cap?
I think I will. Like, I think that they probably needed him to remain. Like, you look at the way that the team is built right now, and their wide receiving core is clearly a downgrade from when Stephon Diggs was there last year. But the tough thing about it is that, was it Joe Brady, like, or whatever, as an offensive coordinator?
Yeah.
They started using him more as a decoy in that offense, and that does not scream to me, we need to make sure that this dude remains and is fully involved in what was happening here.
I'm gonna say Cap too.
Yeah.
I think they would have loved to keep him, obviously, but I think last season they were just kind of like a little bit over it, and I think they wanted to move forward.
Yeah, and I'm trying to remember what the Minnesota situation was, and for some reason off the top of my head, I'm having a struggle getting myself back there. But yeah, and I think that he is right in the spirit of what he's saying, but I'm like, I think that they move on from him in a way that was a little bit more comfortable than he's assuming.
I think Minnesota was fine with moving on from. I think that could have been a joint thing where they both was fine with moving on because they ended up getting Justin Jefferson.
Yeah,
so I think they was fine with that.
I'm with you guys on this. I think it's Cap. I think Minnesota might have wanted him to stay, but Buffalo did not. All right, so Cap or no Cap. Joe Espada said he's not worried about the defense.
That's got to be Cap. I feel like your job is to worry, though,
yes,
just in general. But no, I mean, the defense has not been up to the standard. I mean, as you mentioned it, right? Bottom third. And what metric again was that?
It was runs saved. Runs saved.
That's something that's not helpful. And I mean, you're seeing some really strong pitching, and even in some instances where when that pitching needs help, your defense isn't there to pick them up, right?
No.
The expectations of this team are so high that if the defense isn't playing at a high enough standard, you should have some level of concern with it.
I'm going to say Cap, too. It's like, you're not a good manager if you're not worried about the defense if they're that low in
especially what they're doing.
Yeah, like, I understand you got to have confidence, but in the back of your brain you got to be like, man.
Plus the injury situations that you're dealing with, right? Like, you got Bregman dealing with the gremlins, right? Like, and you got Kyle Tucker hasn't even gotten out here, although I think there's probably a lot more comfort that Kyle Tucker is going to step in and immediately be what he needs to be. But no, I think that
he ain't going to come out and say I'm worried, but
Yeah.
in the back of your mind, you got to be a little bit concerned.
Yeah. All right, Cap or no Cap. The Texans have Dameon Pierce listed as the number 2 running back on the depth chart going into Indianapolis. He's the number 2 running back? Cap or no Cap?
No Cap.
Oh, wow.
Should he be? Nah, I think he's going to get the opportunity.
Oh, wow.
They've been so stout.
They love him.
On the way that they've talked about this, and I feel weird using this terminology because I don't mean it. I don't mean to be disrespectful anyway. But they've been copping pleas for this man.
They have been.
Right? Like they have been going. I mean, Nick Caserio, and look, I'm not saying that it's wrong. It's quite possible that Damian has dealing with things. Nick Caserio got out there and was like, you don't know what's happening and what's happening in his personal life and all these things that are factored in. And you're right. I don't. But, like, the fact that they're going out of their way to be protective of him, one, I mean, kind of nice to see.
Yeah.
You know, I think anybody would love if their employer had that level of care and concern from them. But also, like, I think that tells us that they have a level of investment in him being as good of a player as he can be, to the point where I think that they're going to give him the opportunity, at least early, to try and be that number 2 running back still until he is proving it abundantly, abundantly that he is not that. And I know for a lot of people, we're like, we should already be in that place. I don't know what that trigger is for the Texans, but it does seem like, at least in their minds, he is still there.
I'm gonna say it's no Cap, man.
Wow.
I think he's number 2 right now.
Wow.
And the way they played him in preseason, it kind of showed it to me. Like, he barely played. I know when he was on the field wasn't great, but this dude barely played, man. He got 8 carries. That was it in 2 games. So like I said, I feel like I've been saying that for a few weeks now. I feel like they treating him as as RB1,
man,
and he's not. And I think they're gonna give him every chance, but I think that leash is short, though. I think he probably get 2 games.
I am going to say, and I'm not. None of what y'all said is wrong by any stretch, but that was the preseason. Like I mean, come on.
When the wins and losses matter,
even they know. Like, they tried. they're trying to give him every opportunity. They did. They did give him every opportunity. And I know the depth chart is never 100% anyway.
Sure, right.
So I'm going to say Cap. I think the second running back to jog out on that field on Sunday is going to be Cam Akers.
Well, the reason why I have a little bit of, I don't know, I'm a little hesitation to go just there is because you look up and you go, how many running backs are they going to keep active, right? Because there's a lot of guys that they have a possibility of keeping active. Obviously, Joe Mixon will be active. We know Dare will probably be active for special teams purposes, right? That's 2. Are you going to keep 4? Because Dameon Pierce, I think he'll be active with the opportunity of getting an impact.
Yeah.
Are you then going to have Cam Akers also active, right? I think that then made me think, oh, they might do the thing where they really, really try and make him a part of this until it's proven absolutely otherwise that it's not feasible.
Yeah, and two, I felt like, I know Dameon didn't really look good last season and this preseason, but I felt like they didn't even give him a real good chance like they did Akers and British Brooks and people like that. So
well, they did win the first team though.
They did, but like I said, it was only 4 carries per game,
and
that was it.
And to Reggie's point, hell, we might know what they think of him before the game, 90 minutes before the game even starts, because that is a healthy injury report. Only MJ Stewart all week has been on the injury report.
Yeah.
So if Dameon Pierce or Cam Akers are like healthy scratches, then we're gonna know.
Yeah.
We'll know 90 minutes before the game.
Which is why you need to be listening to Sports Radio 610. I know that Seth and Sean will be actively, doggedly with Hawkeyes watching that report.
One more for you guys. Roger Goodell said today he is incredibly excited. That's a quote. To be taking the NFL to Brazil.
Oh, that's no cap.
Incredibly excited?
That's no cap at all.
Incredibly excited?
Yeah. Dollar signs in the eyes like Mr. Krabs.
Well, there is that.
Those opportunity to continue to expand the game. This is the thing that he's done really well in trying to drive international viewership because they might have wrung out the max amount of money stateside. So let's go wring out more money elsewhere. And plus, I think that they have the infrastructure in place to make sure that in certain places that they can keep everything safe,
sure,
right? And of course, I'm not trying to lean into like the fear mongering that could be there, but just in general, right? They can control the aspects of at the stadium, in hotels, and they've done scared these boys enough that they will stay in the stadium and in the hotels. I think that he's all good.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no cap. I think he's super pumped up about this. Now, if you ask me if a player was excited about it, I would say that's cap.
Yeah,
but nah, he see money. And that's what he wanted to do.
Yeah, I'm going to say no cap too, believe it or not, even though I think he's certainly a little bit reluctant on something, only because I don't think he cares. He cares about one thing. That money's green.
Yep.
That money's green.
There you go. A little cap or no cap here in the Loop Sports Radio 610. I appreciate you putting that together.
Yeah,
Lopez.
man.
That's fun.
Yeah.
George Lopez himself hanging out with us.
You're not the first.
In the Loop Sports Radio 6. Well, we've called him what this week? George Lopez.
Yep.
Mariachi, Marvin Gaye.
Yeah, I like that one.
All right, we're just adding to them. Coming up next, let's go ahead and get ready for the season to start. Let's get our predictions for the 2024 NFL season. Who will win the divisions? Who are we looking at for the Super Bowl? All of those we'll get into next.
The wait. In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Espada has been thrown out of this baseball game. We're at 0-0, top of the fourth. Alex Bregman was just up at bat relatively recently, and he was at the center of why Joe Espada got thrown out of this contest. Apparently, there's a ball that squeaked right by Alex Bregman, did not touch his bat, but did not touch him.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, should be called a foul, or called a ball.
Yeah.
It was called a foul ball. MLB, I guess, in some ways, really botched the replay. And Joe Espada went and gave a piece of his mind, and that sent him to the showers.
He gone.
So yeah.
Yeah.
No runs on the board here, but yeah, just interesting thing happening up in Cincy. Just a weird place right now.
Yeah.
For your Astros. So hopefully they can get that done. Thankfully, Hunter Brown doing some good stuff out there. Currently, still obviously no runs given up thus far, which is what you need, and he's still out there on the mound. 3 innings thus far, 3 strikeouts.
They needed that, and they need more. They need more.
He was like,
they need more innings.
Definitely more than 3 innings. We need to keep, but he is doing some good work here when it comes down to that. So I think the number of pitches, I think it's 38.
That's even better.
Okay, so he's keeping it low, keeping the pitch count low. All right, let's talk about this NFL season that's about to start tonight. And what our predictions are for this. And I realize that we didn't have a lot of conversation about this, but you want to just kind of talk about who we think are going to win these divisions?
Yeah, divisions, and then, of course, conference and Super Bowl. I think it's time, man.
All right.
It's absolutely time to do that. Where do you want to start?
Let's start at home. Is anybody in the room going to do the bold thing and not say the Texans are going to win the AFC South?
Not me.
Nah.
I think the Texans are going to win this. I think the Colts are going to be the biggest threat. I've said this, and obviously I don't want this to happen, but I could see it happening. I think the Colts might win the first game. You never know. I mean, it's all new, and everybody's been preparing for a long time for this game. They're at home. They got revenge on their minds after what happened last time the Texans were there. But I do think the Texans are going to get off to a hot start, and that's going to be the key to the whole season. I think they're going to start the season 5-1 based on their early schedule. And then it becomes a confident team that is already kind of got their legs under them after 6 games of the season, the first third of the season. I think the Texans division, I think it's going to be comfortable in NFL terms, like, by a couple of games. I mean, there's always going to be somebody come up and bite you. Could be the Titans, et cetera, but I think the Texans win this division.
Everybody at CBS Sports agrees with you. All 3 of them, all 6 of them go with the Texans to top. All right, AFC East.
Go ahead. What about you, though?
Oh, yeah, no, I was with you. I thought I was made it clear, agreeing in that way. 7-1-3, they're predicting a Colts 34-17 win in Week 1, which, okay, that's I feel like we definitely have some things to talk about on Monday if that's the case. We'll see how that goes. In the AFC East, the Bills are the popular pick here.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to go with the Dolphins.
Not a baby. That's what I'm going with.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Fig?
I'm going to go with the Dolphins, too.
Okay, very good. I think the Bills they've had too much talent drain on their team.
I mean, we're lockstep right there.
And I think that the Dolphins still have a lot of talent with what they're doing there now. What is the postseason success going to look like? I'm not certain with the way that they like playing football, but I do think that they just have this thing situated in such a good way. Now, the interesting team will be the Jets.
See, the Jets are in the mix. I think they're really, really good. I just don't see Aaron Rodgers lasting the entire season, and that's relatively key.
Okay. North?
Oh, I actually think the Bengals are going to bounce back.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm still rocking with the Ravens here.
Oh, yeah?
I think there are some questions, though. Their offensive line has lost some talent, those Ravens, and then also their defense. They lose Mike McDonald, who is hugely important in the way that they ran defense. They get the linebacker coach, I believe, elevates there, and so there's a little bit of continuity, but interested in seeing how that works. But I still think that that's going to be a really interesting team, and they're going to have a strong run game again, adding Derrick Henry behind a line that actually probably blocks.
That's the wild card for me. That's where I think it's going to be determined. If he can stay healthy, then I reserve the right midseason to change my mind because as of now, I don't know.
What do we know?
I don't know what we're going to get out of him. I expect him to be, obviously good early, and then we'll see after that. But I'm going to rock with the Bengals. I'm a big Joe Burrow fan. I think he's had a very similar game to C.J. Stroud's.
I think the talent drain, they also have to worry about that too.
Yeah.
So defensively specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Ravens too, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not that sold on Cincinnati, man. They're known for starting off slow.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with Jamar Chase.
That's a great point.
And I think they're gonna have a rough season, man.
First healthy offseason for our first full offseason and training camp for Joe Burrow, though.
He played his first full preseason game this year of his entire career.
Yeah. So that'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah.
AFC West, anybody want to do a bold thing?
You want to say it all at once?
Anybody want to do a bold thing here? No?
Chiefs. We good? We good on the
very
Chiefs?
good.
Yeah.
All right.
Not the Broncos?
No, I'm not going with the Bo Nix Broncos. NFC East, you got a feel for it?
NFC East, I've just got to go with chalk here, and chalk being the Eagles, not the Cowboys.
Okay.
I think they more proven, more depth, good defense. Don't trust the Cowboys.
You shouldn't trust the Cowboys. And yet, count my dollar in there.
Oh,
man. I like the Cowboys.
Oh,
here's the problem. Again, their issue is not what their regular season looks like. It's what their postseason looks like. And that ends up being a mess every damn year. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Eagles, too, man. I think the Eagles going to bounce back this year, even though they did have some questions from last season.
Oh, yeah, they did.
But I'm going to go with the Eagles.
Yeah, their head coach and their quarterback don't seem to get along.
That could be problematic.
Could be a powder keg. You never know. NFC North, this is going to be a fun division.
Yeah.
Look, there's a lot of love for the Lions, but there's some people think the Green Bay Packers can do a little something fun.
I think the Lions.
I'm going to go chalk.
I think the Lions. I almost said the Packers, and then I realized it's mostly because I drafted Jordan Love in my fantasy team.
That's fair.
I'm like, I can't do that.
Be self-interested in that way.
I can't do that. I'll be pulling for Jordan Love, that's for sure. But I'm going to go with the Lions. Goff found his way there, man, and they got Gibbs is going to be healthy apparently. Remember, he had a little injury during the preseason. We were wondering about that, how serious. They stay healthy. They got the line. The Lions have the line. I said line, not Lions.
Great offensive line.
Oh, man. Yeah. I just can't pick against them.
I'm in that same boat as you.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Lions, too, and they got a ton of dome games. So
that's right.
They're going to have a great season.
Add a little bit to that defense, too. The defense that was really, they played well above their skis, their England defense, so it'll be interesting to see what they do there. NFC South, I'm going with the Dirty Birds.
I'm going to go with the Falcons, and I also think they might be one of the big surprise teams in the league. Like they might just run away with that thing, get double digits, mess around and get double-digit wins.
That division should not be rough out in that division, man.
I'm gonna go with the Bucks. I think the Bucks gonna repeat.
How about you?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I think that kid Baker Mayfield got something.
Here's the bigger
without Dave Canales.
Here's the bigger question in the AFC and the NFC. Wild card teams that you think might be able to make some noise in the postseason. I got two in the AFC that might be able to make some noise.
Okay.
And one in the NFC. Obviously, three wild card teams in each conference.
Are you going to go with hey, man, the Chargers could do this?
You love them? Fool me 75 times, shame on me. Fool me 76, shame on you, shame on me, whatever. I ain't gonna fall for that again. As much as I love Herbert.
Thank you.
As much as I love Herbert, I think I can't do that. I'm gonna go with the Colts. As much as I said that the Texans might win by a game or two relatively comfortably in NFL terms, the Colts, if they, I respect Steichen. If Anthony Richardson, they get anything out of him. If Jonathan Taylor stays healthy, I think they might be able to make some noise. And the other one, same vein, if he stays healthy, the Jets.
Yeah, I think that I'm with you on the Jets.
Yeah.
Obviously, whoever the second team is, and in my instance, it'd be the Bengals out of the North.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to buy the Chargers turnaround. I think that they're
I've done that every year.
I know, but the coach just wins, and they win, and they invested in certain places to make sure that they were solid. The running game is going to be very nice.
Yeah.
I imagine. I know that defensively they had some real tough contracts, and they're figuring some of that roster out there. But I will drink the Kool-Aid when it comes to Jim Harbaugh rather. I keep doing that every single time. But Jim Harbaugh in his return to the NFL.
I'm gonna say I think the Bills going to surprise some people with sneaking to the playoffs.
All right, I can see that
because I don't think they're an awful team, but I think they good. I think Josh Allen is good enough to get the team into.
He's got
the
the
playoffs.
postseason pedigree.
Yeah, he could get you there. I don't know what he can do when he's there. And And then the other team, I was gonna say the Chargers.
Oh, y'all.
Yeah.
Usually I'm the one.
Yeah.
Usually I'm the one that's stupid enough to go with the Chargers.
But see, that
No,
last.
I can be stupider. Don't worry about it.
Hey, no, nobody's stupider than that last head coach. So
that's true.
I think they got a good head coach now, so I think they will get into the playoffs.
I hope you're right. I'm a big fan of Herbert, but we'll see. Now, NFC team, I got one that I think could make a lot of noise in the NFC, and it was the one that I was hedging on in the North. I think the Packers. Packers are basically what the Texans are, man. I think the Packers could get in there as a wild card behind the Lions and be one of those teams that makes some noise in the postseason.
Yeah, there's teams that love or not teams, people that love the Packers. A lot of folks, I've seen the Packers put into a like Super Bowl circumstances. I'm interested to see how you guys feel about these teams in that way. Like once we get to championship weekend, what are we looking at, right? AFC, NFC. What are you feeling this could look like?
All right, so this is where the Kool-Aid drinkers
Homer?
start
Homer?
coming out of the woodwork. I am going to say it. I think the Houston Texans are going to be in the AFC Championship game, in it against the Kansas City Chiefs, and we'll go from there when we pick the Super Bowl winners. NFC, I think the Lions have gotten over the hump. I think the Lions will get to the NFC Championship game, and I think they're going to be playing a division rival. I think they're going to be playing the Green Bay Packers in the NFC Championship. Now, we don't know how the brackets are going to be and all that
That's the
stuff.
tough thing about it. So now we're just throwing things at the wall.
We're just throwing stuff against the wall. The bracket could be, okay, that's impossible, whatever. But I'm going to say Lions and Packers.
All right. I'm going to start with the NFC. I think the Lions are in here for certain. I kind of want to go with the Rams, funny enough.
I don't mind that. I really don't. I like what I see in the
And I really don't have a good answer or good reason why. I just think the Rams well situated. Actually, no, I'm going to do that. No, I'm going to do that. Aaron Donald, they just lost Aaron Donald. What am I doing? Why would I do that? I've already said it. It's fine.
Yeah.
We'll put that out there. And then on the AFC side, from the 2-way one, they said the Bears are the surprise team in the NFC this year. I think that might be a little early, and I'm definitely not in love with their head coach, Eberflus. But good for you if that's the way that you want to go. Let's drink the Kool-Aid. Let's go Texans. And it's so hard to go against Kansas City. And so I won't. I'll go with the Kansas City Chiefs. I really want to say the Ravens real bad, but there's big questions that maybe I get there later in the season. But as of right now, go with the team that showed incredible defense still. Probably has one of the best defenders in the AFC or maybe in the NFL, and Chris Jones still signed up. Yeah, well, I'll stick there.
So are we talking about surprise team or
no, AFC Championship
on both sides?
Yeah.
I'm such a Chiefs, man. I hate that, but
yeah.
I'm a roll with the Chiefs, and I'm gonna drink the Kool-Aid a little bit, man.
Let's go. So we're all on the same AFC Championship game?
I'm a roll with the Texans.
We'll look very stupid soon, I'm sure.
How about NFC?
NFC, I'm a roll with the 49ers. I think the 49ers going to end up back.
Mm-hmm.
They better.
And I'm gonna say the Eagles.
All right.
I'm gonna say the Eagles.
All right.
49ers, Eagles.
So my Super Bowl is going to be the Detroit Lions getting there, Dan Campbell and company, against your Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Ron is not here, man. Why say yours?
Do it.
I just, you know where my heart's going to be, but come on, man. If they're that close and they're ready to three-peat, they're and probably at home, the Chiefs, it's going to be tough to beat them.
I should have put the Ravens in here. Now I almost sound like I'm just copying you. Yeah, let's go Lions. Lions and
Chiefs.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm going with the Kansas City Chiefs and pretty much the same Super Bowl we saw last couple of years. Yeah, I think it's going to be the same thing.
Okay.
Man.
I don't know if that'd be
a sweet matchup.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
281 says David Carr, NFL Network, is on the ride as well, predicting the Texans and Niners in the Super Bowl and the Texans winning it. I believe Kurt Warner also did something similar well
He did.
when it comes to NFL Network. So some Texans love there. Apparently not enough Texans love on this particular show. Who you got winning it?
I got the Kansas City Chiefs doing it. I think it'd be great if they were against the Niners. I think Lions and look, the Lions will be their first time. It'll be everything big. Chiefs will be that close to it. Just kind of like why I would say I would pick them over the Texans. Texans would be like, hey, we made it again. Chiefs would be like, we got a lot to do left here, and they're really, really good. Oh, they also have a pretty good quarterback. Yeah, I'm gonna go Chiefs.
Just to be different, I'll pick the Lions. That's really my answer. My answer is just to be different because I feel like at this point, betting against the Chiefs is dumb money.
Yeah, I'm a hate pick. I'm gonna go with the 49ers because I'm tired. I'm tired of the Chiefs.
Gotta love a good hate pick.
Yeah, I'm just tired of the Chiefs winning, man.
Yeah.
I want to see the 49ers finally get one over them.
Man, I can't wait for football to start, man.
Tonight, you can wait about 4 hours, 5 hours?
If that, right? Until we get Ravens, Chiefs, which, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'm deciding who's winning the AFC based off of that game.
Okay.
I'm just going to do that.
All right.
That's going to be tonight. You'll hear it right here on
Could
SportsRadio
have an impact.
610. It definitely will, I think. I mean, on creating a little bit of a difference between those two teams. So, yeah, that's our predictions for the 2024 NFL season, at least when it comes to the big-time wins and losses and who ultimately comes out on top. We'll see who comes out being correct on the show. Am I going to take notes on this? No, I'm not.
I may not even remember it.
That's right. That's right. What you always remember, though, is at about 1:20, we get into Figgy's mixtape. Fig, what you got for us?
Man, so NFL kickoffs tonight, and I'm going to let y'all know some wild foods NFL fans are eating at stadiums this season, and I got some projected numbers Americans, I guess, are expected to win.
Okay.
It's a big number.
How much money we losing this year? Check it out next at Figgy's mixtape.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now. D&M Auto Leasing, get the new vehicle.
new episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy on Sports Radio 610 in the loop on a Thursday. Happy Football Thursday. And look, the NFL season kickoff today. I was going to say this week. But tonight, you can listen to the Ravens-Chiefs game tonight on Sports Radio 610, courtesy of Westwood One. And before we get to some of the weird foods these stadiums be having, I want to get to Stephon Diggs real quick because he was on GQ Sports YouTube channel.
Okay, so they did have videos of it.
Yeah, they had some cool little videos where he actually he took over their YouTube page pretty much and social media. Yeah. And he was responding to what people were saying about him. And people was asking him random questions and stuff like that. So the first thing somebody asked him was about how you feel about the weather in Houston compared to the other cities he was playing sports in.
How are you feeling about the weather so far? I played in Minnesota, I played in Buffalo, very cold places. And then I switched over to a place closer to hell. That's how hot it gets. You get used to it.
Hey, that's the best way to sum it up.
He's not wrong.
No, God, no.
Hey, that's the best way to sum it up.
I do wonder, though, which is a preference for him? Because, some people are like cold people. I am very much a hot person. I'd much rather be in hot than cold. Right,
it's a little. See with him because I think he played. I can't remember where he's from.
So he's from the DMV area.
Yeah,
right?
he went to Maryland.
He went to Maryland to stay close to home because father when he was relatively young, and so his younger brother Trayvon, 5 years younger than him, he wanted to stay nearby to continue to have that influence on him. So he went to Maryland. So that's a fairly moderate temperature. Yeah. Maybe trends a little
very moderate compared to here. Yeah,
it wouldn't be. A lot of places are moderate compared to here.
But see, it get cold there too. So
yeah, so I was like maybe Minnesota and Buffalo.
It wouldn't surprise me if he liked playing in the cold, or I wouldn't say but used to playing in the cold. It wouldn't surprise me, but it is a culture shock when you move down here and you feel that hell type of heat.
Yeah, and he hadn't gotten to play inside just yet. He was out here. He was out here working out in the training camp.
They were 11:00 practices.
So yeah. He'll feel better about it soon.
I think everybody likes to say that they would prefer to play in the heat and prefer the heat, and I do legitimately. But a lot of times when you're out there practicing, you're playing. You're like, get me out of here. Get me some AC, man.
Nah, for real. But
is the 713, are you a Nigerian brethren as well? 713 said, Reg, we are a tropical people. I'm with you.
Yeah.
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he also answered another question. So somebody asked him, it's one of the debates that always come up. Where do you put your hot sauce, in the cabinet or the refrigerator?
Oh.
So he mentioned how he put I think he mentioned that ketchup goes in the, I think he said refrigerator.
Yeah, thank
ketchup
goodness.
Should go in the fridge.
I was going to
disown him. Yeah, he said refrigerator.
Okay. Yeah.
And somebody asked him about hot sauce.
I tweeted, ketchup goes in the fridge, by the way. Poet Jillian Hainsworth. What about hot sauce? Hot sauce? Went in the cabinet because it's hot. You see the correlation? But I like what you did. I can see the poetry just flowing throughout the tweet.
Where do hot sauce go? I always put it in the cabinet.
Yeah, I got mine in the cabinet right now.
Yeah, I got mine in the refrigerator.
What?
I do.
Man.
Got to keep it fresh, man.
I don't want no cold hot sauce, man.
It's just a matter of just extending the life for me. What about peanut butter?
Peanut butter. You want cold,
in the cabinet.
hard? Yes, cabinet.
Refrigerator.
What? All right.
I bet making peanut butter and jelly at your house is a mess.
Yeah.
It's an absolute
just that
mess.
bread probably tearing
up bread. Yeah.
It's an absolute mess.
Unbelievable.
Goodness gracious.
Whole peanut butter.
It's extend the life. Extend the life.
That peanut butter's like $3, man. Put it in the cabinet.
Goodness gracious. All right, so it's a couple stadiums that doing some weird stuff when it comes to the stadium food, man. I'm gonna go down the list. It's 3 places that's kind of like, what in the world is this?
Sorry, someone texted in and says that the bottle literally says refrigerate after opening on the hot sauce. Maybe I got to go read my hot sauce bottle.
It might. I just like it. Keep it fresh. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, unless I get sick or something. I've never been sick from eating warm hot sauce. But so the Indianapolis Colts, they had something called the Ringer corn dog.
The Ringer corn dog.
The Ringer corn dog.
Okay.
So it's a sweet and spicy foot-long coated in honey and rolled in blue crumbs.
Blue cheese?
Blue crumbs. I don't know what.
It's got to be blue cheese, right?
Maybe they might make the actually.
What are blue crumbs?
Yeah.
Wait, where's this again?
Indy.
Yeah, Indy.
Oh no, they probably just took crumbs and dyed them in order so that they are blue.
Okay. I was going in another direction. Yeah, to match what they do.
Exactly.
If anybody going to the game up in Indy, try this and take a picture of it.
Like I don't want to give them any credit, but that does sound good.
The honey with the hot dog. That's like
that's how I used to eat my corn dog.
Yeah. That actually does sound good.
Like especially in college, like I don't, you know how you in
the
college,
blue might throw me off, but
instead didn't have any ketchup, put some honey on the corn dog. I have never gone back.
No. It's kind of like a poor man's chicken and waffles.
Yeah, or it kind of.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what.
Or what about the regular like breakfast sausage on the pancake on the stick?
100%. 100%.
Okay.
No, that's not bad. I'll give him credit on that.
Okay.
Wow, we're doing real hot sauce journalism here. 979 white guy here. Thank you for stating your qualifications. Hot sauce in the fridge, but what the F is peanut butter doing in the fridge? That's for Lopez. I don't even know. The 832 says it does say to refrigerate hot sauce, but they've heard that the change in viscosity can mess with the flavor.
Yeah.
Huh.
All right, so the 832 caught me. I didn't want to be that bougie guy. He says John's got that bougie peanut butter. That's what
you got the organic,
the liquid with the
there you go.
Okay, he caught me.
Because the oil all separates.
So it has to be in the refrigerator.
Okay.
All right. Let's go to the Arizona Cardinals. They offer their fans cotton candy burrito. I think we talked about this before.
Yeah, those are awful.
Cotton candy, flavor ice cream, marshmallow, cereal, candy, and sprinkles wrapped into a candy tortilla.
You didn't even need to finish that sentence.
You know why it's terrible for me? I don't like biting into cold things. So like biting into the cotton candy burrito with ice cream in the middle.
Yeah, no, ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen.
Hate it.
No.
Yeah, I'm cool on this. I'm good. I'm good on this one. Up in Dallas, the Houston Texans are going to be playing the Dallas Cowboys on Monday Night Football.
Week 11.
If you're going up there, make sure you give this a try. Check out the Pizza Burger. That sound all right?
I got to hear more.
Pizza Burger with lettuce, tomato sauce, and melted cheese sandwiched between 2 pepperoni pieces.
Oh, that's a lot.
That's fine.
I would probably eat it.
Hey, that's something for the gram, man. I would get it just for the hell of it, just so I could post it.
And you know what? I'm gonna need another $1 here. It's cool. Honestly, if you're eating at AT&T Stadium, it's much better in the press box than it is in the than it is at the stadium.
They have great press box food.
If there's one thing that Jerry Jones will do is feed the media.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So out of the 3, y'all going 2 out of? We going 2 out of 3?
I'll do the corn dog. What was the other one?
Oh, I would do the
cotton
corn
candy
dog.
burrito.
Oh no, I'm 1 out of 3 here.
Out of 3.
Out on the cotton candy burrito, and then pizza. I would try, but
because that pizza burger's got to be $25.
Yeah. Oh
man,
try 40.
You know.
Yeah.
Pizza alone is $25.
Yeah. I'd try that. I'm not gonna say I would like it, but the Indy corn dog with it.
Yeah.
I'm definitely in on that.
Yeah.
So an estimate $35 billion will be bet on the NFL at U.S. sportsbooks this season, according to the American Gambling Association.
Woo.
It's a lot of money, man.
It's so much money. And you know what's funny is I think that, and I'll have to go back and search this up so I'm not just telling y'all stuff off the top of my head and it sounds like I'm lying. But like financial institutions are actually saying that Americans are saving less money
because
and taking money and like I guess investing less money in markets in order to then, or I guess maybe in theory, right? Because I don't know if there's a direct correlation that's been mapped out in the research, but in order to then possibly gamble more.
Yeah.
Yeah, they say it's a 30% increase from last season, this season.
That's a smart investment. Except it's not.
Hey, Tyler, you want to get out here and talk to the people about whether or not it's a smart investment?
I'll tell you what, honey. We're not going to save as much money this year, because I'm going to gamble more and actually double it. No, you're not. No surprise, though. no surprise.
Yeah.
And where's Texas in all this, man? You're missing the boat. Just as a side note.
And I think that's the thing, too. I think a couple states legalize sports betting.
Yes.
So that's going
Get
up.
in on this, Texas.
So just imagine all the other states that should get into it.
Yes.
Yeah, it probably Texas alone probably going to bring it up to $1 billion.
Gosh.
Or a trillion. Yeah. So can't wait for that.
Yeah.
So I ran across this podcast. I played a clip from it the other day. With Marshawn Lynch and company, and he had some I guess kind of cool things to say about DeMeco Ryans. They were talking about their welcome to the NFL hit, or the time they got hit the hardest, and old Cap came up.
DeMeco Ryans got me up off my feet, had me running sideways in the air,
air walking.
I was hella mad, bro.
That's Marshawn Lynch.
He had him horizontal?
He had him horizontal air walking.
I almost went to YouTube to try to see if I could find that.
It's got to be out there.
I want to see. If you see it, post it, man. Because I definitely want to see this air walking.
And Marshawn is a big dude.
That's beast mode, man.
Never was a small running back, but I guess also DeMeco wasn't a small linebacker.
Oh, he had him air walking. I love that line.
That reminds me of a story that I think Dominic Foxworth tells about Ray Lewis, is that he used to say that he knocked dude's neck loose. That just sounds aggressive.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what I was like, did he knock his neck loose?
Nah, that sounded like it hurt, but
exactly.
Yeah, I want to see this play, man. But honestly, when I heard this, it felt good. I'm like, man, that's
our
my
coach.
That's my guy.
That's my head coach.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times, like I think we're starting to see more head coaches we seen play.
Yeah.
Now, but a lot of times, like these head coaches that actually played probably wasn't the best, or had these type of moments where former players can be like, "Oh yeah, I remember that head coach did this." Cap might be the first one, man, where a lot of people will refer to highlights or moments, and they be like, "Man, that DeMeco Ryans was bad, man."
Yeah. It really is a sign of growth. I don't know if I don't want to overstate the level of growth in kind of hiring practices when it comes to head coaches, but that we're seeing more players actually have some level of pathway into that, because as you stated, like, you're right, that had not been the case. Is if there were former players, they were often like, maybe former backup quarterbacks and things like that, as opposed to.
And let me be clear, there's a lot of Hall of Fame players that were coaches. You got people like Mike Dick,
right? Absolutely,
and people like that. But it just feel good to hear like somebody that was here in Houston
that you can remember,
that played that you can remember, like like a couple years ago. He just played like what? It felt like what, 10 years ago? 12 years ago
when he retired.
It wasn't even that long ago. And you got somebody like Beast Mode saying, "Yeah, I remember that hit to this day."
Had me air walking.
Yeah, that's all I got, fellas. Figgy's mixtape on Sports Radio 610. I do this every day at 1:20.
That's right, every day when he's in, which he often is in, unless the sleep goes.
Got the call off,
half
man.
Asleep. Yeah,
we'll see.
TBT tomorrow.
We'll see if that happens. Shout out to Jay in Freeport who texted in. Said been in food management, restaurants, and now school district for 40 years. So that bona fides, right? Ketchup, mustard, hot sauce, and even mayo are all shelf stable. They do not need to be refrigerated.
But that's because they go through them so quickly. Like restaurants don't refrigerate it because they go through them quickly.
But I mean, also you got to consider things like mayo and stuff. They sell those on the shelf.
Mayo better be in the refrigerator.
You got to.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Mayo better be in the refrigerator.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. About salsa?
I put salsa in the fridge, but that's also, I like the salsa to be cold.
But not hot sauce. This could go on for a while.
That's right. I'm an enigma. I get it.
Yeah. Real quick before we go, we got some breaking hip hop news, some sad news. Rest in peace to Rich Homie Quan.
Oh wow,
passed away. Just found that out. Kind of shocking. I'm gonna see what happened.
Yeah, like what caused that? Because he's not old by any means.
Yeah. So rest in peace, man. Kind of threw me off a little bit.
Yeah, that is a little shocking. All right, well, rest in peace,
Rest in peace.
Rich Homie Quan. You said. All right, coming up next, we'll get you ready to maybe have the drive. They're out on location. We'll have to find out what's happening with those fine fellas. We had the football, a football or Thirsty Thursday is what I'm
Thursday.
There we go.
Tomorrow's
Football Friday is tomorrow. But let's also talk about the NFL season opener that's happening tonight that you can hear on Sports Radio 610. We'll do all of that next.
Thursday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Chiefs and Ravens kick off the NFL season under the lights in Kansas City. Texans in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetua.
Little salute to Rich Homie Quan, who, if reports are to be believed, passed away at the age of 35, I believe.
35.
We're looking at. Young, man, young. Not fully clear who the death would be.
It's a lot of rumbling out there. I know we had the conversation about journalism.
Yeah, exactly.
So I ain't want to put nothing out there until it's confirmed.
I don't have all that secure, but yeah.
So you figure I'm so proud of you. That just made me happy.
We'll make a journalist out of you. Yeah.
I know. Look at me being the fake journalist.
That made me proud.
I always say I'm not a journalist, but I try and abide by some journalistic standards if I have.
That's the best way to do it.
And honestly, it's about respect too, man. I don't want to put nothing out there. That man got a family and all that stuff. I don't want to be throwing no fake stuff out there.
Yeah.
What is real news, true news? Because it's been verified. It's on the Sports Radio 610 Twitter, and it has been all week. Thirsty Thursday, back in effect.
How about that?
With the drive, those guys out in Katy right this moment, getting ready for their broadcast 2 to 6. 19910 Park Road Boulevard is the Twin Peaks.
Buffalo. Is it
Twin Peaks?
Okay.
My boy went and switched up the whole spot, didn't he? Oh no, it's the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah.
Well,
it's cool.
What do you do? What do you do in this instance? This is Buffalo Wild Wings. Again, 19910.
Guess who's gonna
Park Road Boulevard.
Guess who's gonna be in the home run derby that I got invited to?
Oh
Lord.
Yeah, you're gonna be.
Lord.
You're gonna have some stories.
Sit
to tell.
this one out, man.
All right, so
I want to.
So if you're just joining us, and you're like, what the hell are you talking about? All right.
Yeah.
So Lopez, as we're planning the show earlier today, he's just like, yo, I just got a DM.
Yeah.
From Jose Canseco, and I'm like, what? Did you know him? And he's like,
a little bit, not much.
And so apparently Jose invited our guy, John George Lopez, to a home run derby that they're having out in Sugar Land. And of course, John jumped at the opportunity, so he will be in the home run derby. He'll swing a bat, which we'll see how that goes. And apparently, swinging a bat as well in this home run derby.
Get ready, Figgy. Get
Antonio
ready.
Brown.
Oh, man. Oh, goodness.
So you're going to have some stories to tell.
Oh, I will have some stories to tell.
Good.
Hey.
When is this happening again?
October 5th.
Can you get a +1?
As long as he doesn't call me the bleep of the day.
The what of the day?
The bleep of the day. He's got a term for everything of the day.
You probably will be.
I probably will be.
That's right. Especially if the swinging of the bat goes as poorly as I think it might go.
As I know it will go. As I know it will go.
Very good. So, that's what's happening on today. That's not happening today. As you mentioned, that's happening in October. But the guys are out at a Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. 19910. Park Road Boulevard out in Katy. So go say what's up to the fellas. They're there from 2 to 6. After them, later in the day, because 7:20 is when kickoff happens on the NFL season via Chiefs Ravens. You'll hear that here on Sports Radio 610, as you mentioned, courtesy of Westwood One.
Yep.
And so that's happening here. What I guess the 4 things to watch, or what are you watching for? I guess I could ask when it comes to this game. Because obviously we're watching it, right? And nobody's sitting out on this one.
Nobody's gonna miss this game. Look, I think if this offense comes out there with Cam Akers on the bench, that's gonna be a problem.
Oh, you went Texans?
Yeah, Texans.
Okay, I was talking about the tonight's game.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Texans. Oh, tonight's game. Come on now.
Hey, we got Friday tomorrow, man. We gonna break.
Yeah, we still got a lot of Texans to get into.
No. Tonight is just going to be Derrick Henry.
Yeah,
right.
I think that's fair. Like, what does Derrick Henry look like for this team?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's absolutely one of the things you got to watch with his debut there. I mean, look, there was a lot of kind of discussion of, is Derrick Henry, does he still have it, right? Like, does he still that apex predator as a running back that it seemed like he was? And I tend to lean towards, and I started for a little while leaning towards, he might be slowing down. And I was like, oh, wait, that Tennessee situation, that line was not doing anything. He was creating a lot for himself. I don't think that's going to be the case with the Ravens. Even though I think they've had some flux on their offensive line, just by the virtue of their quarterback is always a threat.
Yeah.
I think that makes it a lot easier. Plus, I do think the run game will be better situated for him. I think that he's going to show that he's still got some juice in there in that body that should not be. We should not make humans.
I'm just curious. Because like Derrick Henry is a physical freak.
Yeah.
And his workout videos are like a marvel. But I said this about what Cowboys that just because you look good.
Dalvin Cook.
Dalvin Cook. Like Dalvin Cook looks like an absolute monster. Doesn't mean you can still run the ball.
Sure.
It doesn't mean it means you're an incredible specimen that is in incredible shape. Doesn't mean you're still a big time running back. The running back thing with everyone, but with Derrick Henry, it's undefeated.
Derrick Henry 68.6 yards per game last year, which was the lowest of his career dating back to 2018, right? So, obviously it was a step down, but I sincerely do believe that offensive line did not do him any favors last year. I think that he'll be in a better situation where I don't think he's going to peak Derrick Henry. I think that's an unfair thing to ask. I do think you're going to see some fun stuff out of him.
That's why I say I'm curious because I don't think he's washed.
Fair enough.
But is he going to be beast? Is he going to be an absolute monster like he's been? Probably not. But if he gets anywhere close with Lamar Jackson, I mean, come on.
That's another thing.
That's where it gets real fun.
Right. AFC Championship rematch.
Yeah.
And one of the real intriguing things was seeing Lamar Jackson against this Chiefs defense. I thought the Chiefs defense itself was the story of the playoff run, and particularly the AFC Championship game. And I know that a lot of people are going to default to the quarterback, especially when the quarterback is Patrick Mahomes, who we've all agreed is the best one that's doing it. But I thought that defense was incredible. They move on from L'Jarius Sneed, but I still think that they could do some really interesting things. I want to see how the Ravens go about trying to combat that, if it looks the same, and if the Ravens continue to do the thing where they go away from the run and they Lamar Jackson is trying to prove something to people and just throwing. Yeah, I want to see all of that kind of play out in the course of this game.
And then of course, from the Chiefs' perspective, it's about time. And boy, this is one of those things that is going to come back to haunt me. Because I do think, how are they in terms of the weapons like
throwing the football, wide receiver?
And Travis Kelce.
Well, yeah, as he continues to, age, and then you're bringing in Xavier Worthy. They drafted him high, maybe just because he was really, really fast.
Yeah.
How does that work out? They've got another rookie in Kingsley Suamaitea, who's going to be on the left at the left tackle spot, protecting the blind side of the quarterback, right? Like all of those things. That'll be really interesting to see how that works. How Marquise Brown works there.
Marquise Brown too. But one thing Patrick Mahomes has proved already, even though they did start slow, is he can make it work with anybody. But I'm curious to see how it works especially with Kelce. Can he have another one of those types of years? He's not the best tight end in the NFL anymore. I know that sounds blasphemous to say, but it's probably Laporta. It's probably he's in the hunt.
Yeah, it's like, are you willing to? Because Kittle has been
Kittle.
Are you still there with Kittle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So probably one of those guys. But that doesn't mean he's a chump.
No. But I think you also do not want that offense to be so heavy on him where it's just you don't have any other options. They found a way to make it work, but like I said, that was a defense that I thought carried a decent amount.
Agree.
And we also know the defense year over year is not one that you can. I mean, it ends up being but I know that you can assume that it's going to be as the high of a level as it was last year. So I'm really interested in seeing what it looks like right out the gate with some of that. And I think, did I mention the Ravens defense? They have some pieces that they lost, right? And what does it look like, especially with Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator himself, how that continues to roll on? Does it look similar? Does it look the same? All those types of things. I think it's going to be an incredible, high-powered matchup.
Yes.
And a great way to start the season. The NFL usually tries to make sure that these startless seasons are explosive, and I think they did a good job with this matchup.
It's going to be fun, and we are here, man. And to start with that, they all start with such a good game. You can't get much better than this. But the intrigue on both sides for me, intrigue with Derrick Henry, intrigue with let's see what the Chiefs look like after back-to-backs and how they respond, what Travis Kelce has, etc.
All right, let's head out to Katy with our guys Ron and Clint as they're getting ready for the drive at the Buffalo Wild Wings out there. What's happening, fellas?
What's good, man? Good times out here, and a lot a lot to get through out here, man. We are kicking off our Thirsty Thursdays with the bang. We got so much to hook people up. I'm talking Texans tickets. Bud Light is taking care of Houston fans around here as we're out here in Katy. Cheerleaders are going to be here. Yeah, they are. They'll be here in the 4 o'clock hour, 4 to 6. Travis Johnson, Texans legends, will be up here in the 5 o'clock hour. We got Visa gift cards, so it's going to be a good time here.
Man.
And you got all the attractions for the fine folks out there in Katy, huh?
Yeah, we got something.
How excited are you guys for the start of the NFL season, particularly with this matchup, Chiefs-Ravens?
Stoked, absolutely stoked. I'm going to steal this moment from Ron because I know he is absolutely amped. This is a team that obviously to me it's just football, right? There's no, I don't have any skin in the game whatsoever. When you're talking about entertainment at its finest. The Chiefs are who they are. It doesn't get much better. We're going to get a little Taylor Swift. We'll probably get a little Jason Kelsey maybe jumping out of a box or something. Mm-hmm. And then the Baltimore Ravens, I think when you really start breaking this thing down, the Baltimore Ravens are one of the more fascinating teams given Lamar's situation versus Pat, given Derrick Henry. I heard you earlier, Red, talking about losing their defensive coordinator. They rode their defense pretty hard last year. What's that going to look like? The expectations are Super Bowl or bust in Baltimore. I mean, this is appointment television, folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot of interesting questions on both sides. Even though this game was just played in the AFC Championship game, there's some differences with these teams and some things that they're trying to learn from Derrick Henry to an entire new receiving core for the Chiefs. I heard you, Reggie, talk about the new tackle they're bringing in, the rookie. So a lot, even though we're familiar with these teams, there's some newness. Both clubs.
A little bit new as well. We were talking way at the beginning of our show, the idea that there was actually a little bit of negativity coming from a national perspective. Bill Barnwell, ESPN, actually had the Texans out when it comes to playoff participants this upcoming season. One of the things he mentioned was, the idea that this team is, a lot older than I think people give him credit for, especially with the weighted snaps, as Caserio kind of opted to go with some veterans in some places, and maybe that might cap the ceiling on what this can do. What say you guys when it comes to Barnwell's perspective?
Listen, I'm sure people lost their minds when they heard that. I don't know if I agree with it that they'll miss the playoffs, but I think everything he's saying is fair. I think everything that he said in that when you talk about the schedule, when you talk about the different things, I think that assessment is fair. Now, if you're going to say this team's a 5-6 win team or something, now that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I think it's fair when we just watched what happened with Jacksonville last year. And we saw the similarities of how their season ended the year before and how it came about here. I think it's definitely fair.
All right, have one for me, fellas. Go ahead.
One.
You want to hang out? Yes, just one. The rest are for you. Hang out with the Drive out in Katy, Buffalo Wild Wings, 19910 Park Road Boulevard out there. You're listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live, and we are live here in Katy. Come on out to Buffalo Wild Wings, and I'm telling you, listen, we got stuff to give people, baby. Not only is it going to be live in here, but we got stuff to hook you up with. Again, I'm gonna break it down to you, and you got to listen, but you got to be here to win. All right, Bud Light, we appreciate our good partners of Bud Light and Buffalo Wild Wings to help us put this Thirsty Thursday together. And I'm telling you, I see the bartender over here. She's ready to help people lead themselves into making a bad decision. There's room in here for you to hang out and come kick it with us. So do that. But I'm telling you right now, here's the rundown. First off, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the September 15th game. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets to that game against the Bears, the Sunday night football game that is here. The first home game, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets as Bud Light is hooking you up to go to the Bears game. That you will have your chance to get those in the 5 o'clock hour. So make sure you're here. All you got to do is fill out your name and put it in the raffle box that you'll see set up as soon as you walk in. Also, we have a couple of Visa gift cards to hook people up with. You'll be able to get that in the 3 o'clock hour. Same thing, fill your name out and put it in the raffle box. And also in the 4 o'clock hour, listen, we saw it. This was a top-of-the-line cooler. Bud Light is going to hook you up with a really, really nice cooler that you can win in the 4 o'clock hour. So tickets in the 5 o'clock hour, cooler in the 4 o'clock hour, and a couple of Visa gift cards. So 4 different winners today, Clint. Not to mention the Texans cheerleaders are going to be here from 4 until the end of the show at 6. Texans legend Travis Johnson is going to be in the 5 o'clock hour. So a lot to get into coming up here today, baby.
Well, look here. By the way, those gift cards, them $25 gift cards that we're giving away, they are gift cards. They're courtesy of Bud Light as well. Bud Light stepping up big time here, without a doubt. We greatly appreciate that. But look, Travis Johnson. I mean, here's the deal. If you're going to throw a party and you're
he's a party.
Yeah, you're going to bring a legend. The one to get in the mix absolutely is Travis Johnson. So Trap is going to be here. That's going to be fun. Look, cheerleaders are always fun. They talk about get the spirit right, get the temp in the room right for this Texans upcoming game. They damn sure know how to do that. As well as the promo gals, they're here. I see the Bud Light promo gals in the building.
There you go. They hook you up.
And hey, we got a tight Astros game going right here. And guess what, Ron?
Yeah.
Hey, for all our YouTubers, Twitchers out there, they got us on the big screen big time.
They do. Yeah,
they got us on the big screen.
That's right. So come on out. And by the way, speaking of that game, the Astros, boy, they had it was a 7 or in the 7th inning, it was a 0-0 score, and the Astros had their best chance of the game. Runners on first and third after Chas McCormick gets a hit and gets runners on first and third. And then Victor Caratini came up and pinch hit and hit into a double play to end that. And then immediately the Reds come in and Ty France, formerly of the Mariners, hits a home run to give the Reds a 1-0 lead. So we'll keep you posted and updated on that. Latest update here with the Astros looking to avoid a sweep. We're in the bottom of the 7th. It is 1-0. Reds. They just hit a home run to take a lead here. Hunter Brown continuing to pitch well, and Brian Abreu. To me, he hasn't really been the same since he gave up that home run. Something about him has felt different. He gave up that grand slam in Baltimore. He gives up this home run here. If you remember, in one of the games against the Royals, he gave up a bases clearing double with the bases loaded to give up a lead there. So he's been struggling a bit and continues to get there. Hopefully he can just hold it here at 1-0, Clint.
Well, he just sent one of them Reds walking. He bumped 99 on the radar gun. Let me tell you, it ain't the fastball that's struggling.
No.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the deal, Ron. I just want to tip my cap to you, man. And I guess Tyler probably deserves a little bit of credit as well. When it's all said and done, they're on the verge of getting swept by the Reds. And that really takes the wind out of my sails after 4 games sweeping the Royals.
Boy, does it.
But you know what I do. All I got to do is look over at my partner. All I got to do is check it out on YouTube. My partner's blonde hair over here will get you right back in that good mood because it'll take you right back to that day when Kansas City got swept by them Stros, y'all.
Take that from what is
I'm just letting you know, man. All of us Astro fans, we greatly appreciate you. After they get swept by the Reds, all we got to do is take a peek at old Ron the show Hughley.
Hey.
And that's the first time I called you show in a long time.
It is, boy. It is.
And it just takes you back to that beautiful place of sweeping a team.
It does. It does. We're going to have to get on Tyler here in a little bit because Tyler's lock of the week / lock of the month. Listen, I think a lot of people lost some money on that, Jack. I know you did. it. And I will continue to say what I said yesterday. I thought it was a good bet. 5.5 strikeouts. But, I mean, it couldn't have gone any worse. I mean, he didn't make it out the 9th. Out the 1st. He didn't strike out one batter. He didn't strike out one batter. And that is if there was a curse, Tyler put it on him. He was so, this is the lock of the month, the week. 5.5 strikeouts. And that's why I said, boy, that's what scares me, because, you know, Vegas be knowing stuff. Spencer Arrighetti's line, by the way, he was able to record 2 outs, 6 hits, 9 earned runs, 3 walks, no strikeouts, and 38 pitches. 23 strikes. Good God Almighty, man. Damn, man, that is.
I mean, I got to be completely transparent. Tyler couldn't get my bet in, but I found somebody that could.
Oh, I know you did. I wouldn't be surprised how good you felt. You may have put more than 100 on.
No.
You just stayed at 100.
I mean, when we really think about it, we should have known better, Tyler. I don't know how. Well, I guess I do know because you told us all. You know, every now and then there's a bet that rolls through, and you're like, that's too good to be true.
I thought it might have been it. As
we flushed that one out, somebody in the room probably should have said, you know, that's damn near too good to be true. But no, I didn't. I went ahead and and since Tyler couldn't get in, I went the extra mile and I just felt like giving $100 away, y'all. I'm telling you, Tyler's locks were bad for me, man.
I mean, listen, man. Listen. He was. And like I said, I truly, I believe it was a good bet. The way Spencer Arrighetti was going, I believe it was a good bet. But boy, I mean, it really backfired. All right, hey, that was our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. T-Mobile Switch. I'm sorry, that is our baseball talk. Let me get this right here. That is our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Hey, we're going to jump out a little early here because we got a really special guest coming up here on the other side. Safety, Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward will join the drive. This is the first time we've had a player on the drive in a while. He will join the drive coming up in here in just a bit, and he's an important player, Clint, coming up on Sunday. We talked about this. This is one with this run game, everybody's going to be involved. Everybody's going to have to be involved. The back end, the safeties, the front seven, everybody's probably going to have to pay a hand in what it is in this game against the Colts, including Jimmy Ward. So he will join us coming up next, and we'll get his thoughts on everything that's going on with this game coming up on Sunday. Remember, we are live here at the Katy location here, Buffalo Wild Wings. Your chance to win multiple prizes. So get in here right now, sign your name up, and you'll give yourself a chance to win. You got a chance to win tickets to the Bears-Texans game, Sunday Night Football. So stay tuned with that with us. All right, coming up, Jimmy Ward. He'll join us. We'll get his thoughts on the Texans, this defense, and what they got to do against the Colts. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Football Friday is back. Join The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley live from East River 9 tomorrow from 2 to 6. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and get ready for Sunday's season opener in Indy with the Sports Radio 610 crew. It's a Football Friday supported by Academy Sports and Outdoors. We'll see you there.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Irish roll on. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Notre Dame emerged with a big road win.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Back as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Come on out, come hang out, and your chance to win multiple prizes, including tickets to the Texans home opener against the Bears. You'll get to see our next guest, Jimmy Ward, who joins us. And, Jimmy, we appreciate you jumping on, man. Congratulations, man. You're the first player we've had on this show in over a year, baby. We're
Thank
excited.
You.
Thank you.
I'm happy to be on. Thank you for having me.
Hey, Jimmy, I want to first say I'm glad you're not in person because you would have to see this foolishness that I got on. Jimmy, I lost a bet, and I had to dye my hair blonde.
Oh, wow. You don't like the blonde look?
As a black man, I look like Wesley Snipes from Demolition Man. If you know. Yeah, you ain't got to laugh that hard, Jimmy, man. Calm down. You don't even see me yet.
That's a good one. That's a good one, though.
That's one of my top
movies right there.
But I look just like him.
Hey, Jimmy, as a white man, I was trying to interject and let you know, paint a picture of this for you. I'm glad Ron did it.
I'm gonna get out in front of it. It's a rough. You wouldn't be able to answer these questions, but you'd be killing me right now. It's a little patchy and everything. My wife did the best she could, but I own up to the bet though. But Jimmy, man, I just want to first get you, man. How are you feeling, man? I know you had some health issues during last season. How are you feeling health wise as this season gets started?
I feel great. I participated in just about every OTA day and camp day, and just heading to the season. I feel like that's very important when you're able to get those reps, get those mental reps, and put your body through that storm. And if you can weather the storm and get you a routine throughout the training camp and OTAs, I feel like you got a good head start.
Jimmy, talk to us a little bit about this year versus last year, man. I know you personally, there's probably not a ton of difference in terms of where you're at in D'Amico's system because you already had the familiarity. But as a team overall, it'd be a much different place having been in the same system, both offensively and defensively, getting 1 year under your belt in Houston. Kind of this year right now versus last year right now. Take us there.
We got a better feel for things. So some of the players got a better feel for Miko's style of play, that he coaches, and then we got a better feel for each other. And just I just feel like speaking for defense side of the ball, guys are flying around, guys are having fun, guys know where to line up. So I feel like a lot of those mental mistakes won't show up as much this year. And we got a lot of guys healthy this year, too.
Jimmy, you played in this league a while. You've been a rookie in this league. You see how this thing works. Did you think the two rookies in your secondary that you all drafted this year would be this far along?
Well, yeah, I had no clue. You never know. Oh, sorry about the noise. You never know how things gonna shape up in this league. I just feel like Nick and Miko, they did an awesome job, outstanding job. Doing their research, watching film, and because I don't know what number they was on the draft board, but just being able to and when it was their turn to pick those two guys, and they came in and they've been doing their thing and they fit right in the scheme.
Jimmy, I know y'all are confident in what the hell you're doing. That's clear, right? But when you I just want to let you know I'm not insinuating that at all, but I want you to take us into kind of safety in this D'Amico Ryan's system as you get ready to play an offense like Indianapolis. Obviously, you've played against Shane Steichen with Hurts and company, and the RPO system, run pass option. They're probably going to be one of a handful of teams that are really, really good at what they do in that particular system with the quarterback and the different read game and quarterback plus one run game that Anthony Richardson might be good at. We don't know yet, but might be really good at. As a safety, how is that for you from a workload perspective, from an in-the-moment perspective, and how do you approach that?
You just gotta It's just play what you see. Great fundamentals, and it's gonna be they got a physicality style offense, so you got to be able to tackle, run and hit. That's what it's gonna come down to, like run and hit. They got some skill set players over there, including that quarterback. That you got to get those guys on the ground, and you got to keep doing it over and over and over, and try to limit the mental errors.
Yeah, Jimmy Ward joins us here, safety here for the Texans. They get ready to take on the Colts, and I think that's and I think that's what we've talked about a lot is this run game. Jonathan Taylor, the success that he had in the one game last year against the Texans, and as well as Anthony Richardson in the first game. But that back end is something also you don't want to come up and give up the big play. And I'm sure that's something you guys have been looking at. How important is also covering that back end for you guys?
Oh man, it's very important. If you're supposed to be back, you got to stay back because obviously they're gonna run the ball. But of course they're gonna take those shots too. You still got a big wide receiver, 6'2", 6'3" Pitt. I can't remember exactly his height, but I know they want to get him the ball. You got to follow the money, and of course they got an athletic tight end. I feel like he's pretty nice. They obviously gonna try to get him the ball too. Has a rookie slot. I don't know if Downs is going to be playing this year, but not this year, but this game. But I'm pretty sure the rookie, he has some talent too.
Hey, you mentioned the Colts wide receivers, and obviously the Texans and the expectations for this team are through the roof. A lot of that starts with the signing of Diggs and adding him to Nico and Tank and Dalton and Joe Mixon. But in the secondary, you played in the league for a while, whether it's in games or in practice. You've gone against some dudes now. Just your thoughts on how explosive this particular wide receiver group can be from inside the huddle.
Trust me, it's a tough look. I don't feel like it gets much better than the group that we're going against, and if it does, I feel like we're well trained. Well equipped to be able to go out there and cover anybody just because we got to cover these guys every day, and we got to see these guys in OTAs and training camp.
Hey, there's been a lot of talk back and forth between these two teams. I'd say a little before these two teams. I know that their linebackers have been talking, Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed, but do you sense this? Do you guys view this as a rivalry-type game between you and the Colts?
Well, it's a division game, so I feel like anybody in the division is a rivalry because it's a must-win game. So, if you want to go to the playoffs, you need to win out. You need to win out your division. So, it's my second time hearing that it's been back and forth talk with the guys I know at the Colts. They play defense, so They haven't been talking smack. They don't really talk that much on social media or through the phone. So that's interesting to keep hearing.
All right, Jimmy, what about just the overall schedule this year? In the media here, we talk a lot about the different. Last year was a last place schedule, and the run through 17 games, and even to get into the playoffs wasn't as difficult as it's going to be this year. Is that something that players in the locker room, even staffs in the locker room, that y'all acknowledge and discuss, or is this a hell no? We're just one game at a time. It don't matter who's up next. That's who we're focused on.
Oh no, trust me. We might not discuss it. Well, a few players mention it, but we might not discuss. Coaches might not discuss it because it's can't look ahead. You never know how things are gonna shape up in the NFL. So it's one game at a time. That's a professional answer. But overall, now you look at that schedule, and it's not a walk in the park. We're gonna have to come out here. We're gonna have to play ball on Thursday, Monday, even Saturdays when that time comes.
Well, I think you got a Wednesday game, to be honest with you, too.
Oh, we do got a Wednesday game.
You got a Wednesday game. Hey, Jimmy, I want to come off these professional answers real quick. I'm just curious. You just talked about the schedule. If there's one game that Jimmy Ward circled, if there's one game that you want to play, this schedule is loaded, what's the one game you circled at the beginning of the year?
We got so many of them. Like, it's hard to say one because the amount of playoff teams, playoff caliber teams that we playing is, I could circle Baltimore, I can circle Chiefs, I could circle the Colts. Like I could circle Jackson. It's like that each of these teams, you know, they got a lot of studs on their team. So you just don't know what's gonna happen. But of course, you know, Chiefs, you know, they the defending champs. So of course I'm gonna circle that game if I got to give you one.
All right. I see. I thought y'all want to get y'all hands on Baltimore. I thought y'all had something to give to Baltimore, but we'll see that, man. Jimmy, appreciate your time, man, and good luck on Sunday.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
All right. That's Jimmy Ward joining us here on the drive, and look, man, as he said, man, we've been talking hard about the run game, but obviously for him, like the worst thing is run, and then bam, you're thinking run, and then you potentially give up a big play.
Yeah, I think that this is look. I'm assuming Richardson is more, let's say, further along in this Colts Steichen offense than what he was last year. Let's say he's not playing like a rookie. He's ready to take this offense over. If that is the case, this is one of the biggest, most difficult challenges. I'm talking schematically. That they're going to face all year long in terms of the different ways that this offense can attack. With this quarterback, with this play caller, this is going to be the most difficult challenge that the Texans are going to face on their schedule. And they got them twice.
You think it's the most difficult challenge they're going to face on the schedule?
Yeah, potentially. Assuming their quarterback is up to par and playing in this system like a second-year quarterback should be playing in this system, yes. I think when it comes schematically, I'm not talking about Pat Mahomes. I'm not talking about Lamar's athletic ability. I'm talking about schematically. You've got to be on your P's and Q's across the board. You've got to be able to defend every potential scheme that the 2024 game of football has. And they've got explosive athletes running it. So this is potential. It's potential now because we hadn't seen it. I have no idea what the hell Indy's going to look like. But, yeah, I mean, from D'Amico's perspective, from this defense, you know, having to defend so many different, approaches, yeah, I think this isn't just, hey, we got to stop the run with a downhill running back and then we got a guy that can spin it all over the park, so we got to be good in coverage. No, this is a different animal. Yeah. And I think if it's ran right, we saw it with years ago, like the run to the Super Bowl. If it's ran right with the right guy pulling the trigger, then it is a monster to stop schematically. So we'll see.
I had a sneaky feeling, Clint, that he would name the two teams that are playing football tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I had a sneaky feeling he would say that he would circle the Chiefs, the champs, and the team that got him twice last year and put him out of the playoffs, the Ravens. They play tonight, man. You ready? You ready for a little? You ready?
Yeah,
you ready to look? This
dig
is
into it. Thursday night football, baby.
This is listen. I think any point of the schedule, this would be appointment TV, especially to open up the season. But these are two Super Bowl contenders, two quarterbacks that have won multiple MVPs, two teams and fan bases that have high expectations. This is a big one tonight, an exciting one tonight. I can't wait to see how these two teams look because even though we've seen these teams a lot, I don't know what the Ravens look like with Derrick Henry. I don't know now what the Chiefs kind of look like with the changes they've made in their offense as well. So this is going to be a real fun, intriguing matchup.
Oh, look, I think it's a monster, Ron. I think when you look at the Kansas City Chiefs, they are always one of the better teams to, and I'm just talking about from an NFL, from a football guy's perspective. I'm not even talking about from a Chiefs fan's perspective. Just if you get a chance to sit and watch Pat Mahomes and what they've accomplished, Andy Reid and his play calling, Travis Kelce and the way that he plays the tight end. Defensively, they were tremendous last year. So any facet of the game, the Chiefs, and by the way, they're champions. So at the end of the day, that is, I mean, A+ viewing for any football fan whatsoever. And then you just look at Baltimore, man, and Baltimore, it's fascinating. It always starts with the quarterback. Lamar Jackson is the king of the regular season. Can he carry it into the playoffs?
We got a couple of king of the regular seasons. I think they get that mantra.
Yeah.
I think Dak gets it.
Yeah. There's a couple of them.
Josh Allen gets it.
Yeah, and look, Lamar versus Pat. Does Lamar really need this win versus Pat this early in the season?
I think the Ravens are full of it. They keep saying they don't like, hey, it's just a regular game. I've heard Lamar say that a few times. I think this should be a really important game to the Ravens. I think they need to, mentally get there. I mean, they've played this team 5 times. They've only won once, right? I think mentally they need to beat this team and play this team. So that, like, I don't believe the Ravens when they say, oh, no, it ain't that big of a deal. It's just the first game. It's just one. No, this is a serious game. Just like when the Texans play the Ravens. I think when the Texans play the Ravens, that's a team that they gotta get some confidence and beat. Because now you start rolling into maybe this is a mental thing.
Well, you're talking about 1 seeds, you're talking about buys, you're talking about home field advantage. These are the caliber teams that they should be thinking about.
By the way, buys, buy one.
Yeah,
there's always one. Yeah. That's a big.
So this is a big ass game. Derrick Henry being introduced as a Baltimore Raven. I mean, you're talking about Derrick, like on the outside looking in. Derrick Henry's decision to go with Baltimore it looks tremendous. I mean, you go from one team that literally rode Derrick Henry to victories and game plan identity-wise. It's all they did. And he goes to another team that is at least as physical and has the same approach of we're just going to beat down defensive fronts and we're going to run the football. So it should be a perfect fit. But is it? Does he have any tread left on the tire? He's an older running back that's got a lot of mileage. This tonight is just appointment television, Ron. This is big time. We hadn't even got to the improved weapons possibly. Just across the board, as you mentioned, the Kansas City Chiefs and some receivers with one of them happened to have some Texas roots here, coming from Xavier Worthy coming out of Texas.
Speed to see what they do with that.
Yeah, man, it's fascinating. I don't get real jazzed up typically about just random Thursday night games. I'll be honest with you. Chiefs Detroit last year was a good watch, but it wasn't one of those where I was like, damn, I got to see this. I got to see every minute of it.
You got to get home.
This is one I got to see every minute of it. I mean, and that's just the football fan in me talking. I'm not hate watching the Chiefs. I'm not hate watching the Ravens. Nothing wrong if you are. I'm not judging anybody. But I'm just watching it because it is beautiful football, man.
I'm trying to figure a way to get this football practice canceled tonight. I think we're going to make it.
Yeah.
My son's got a practice.
DVR it.
It is.
Get Courtney to attend.
I'm kind of coaching.
Tell her to put a blonde wig on and
shut up. Cut it down. Yeah. Damn, boy, I'm just sitting there thinking, boy, if I get this thing canceled, boy, if I get this practice canceled, I'm gonna be in there just watching it on my phone. Just giving. I'm gonna try to get them O linemen, them D linemen a little help. I'm trying to get that thing, but yeah, I'm trying to get that thing canceled coming up. But no, a big one here. By the way, the Astros, just to let you know, they are in the bottom of the ninth, trailing 1-0, and our guy John Singleton, he thought he had one gone. I thought it was when it first left his bat. He bat flipped that sucker to the warning track. I mean. And that thing stopped.
He does that every once in a while, doesn't he?
No, but I thought he had a good shot to do it. I thought this one was gone.
I do think he does it about every 3 weeks, though.
Oh, I think he's just doing it about every swing now. Anything in the air, he's getting it. I mean,
just in case.
We've seen pop-ups in the infield where he
throws that bat down with authority.
Yeah, he lets it roll.
He'll bat flip with disgust.
You think it's disgust?
I mean, clearly sometimes it is. You said he's going to pop up in the infield.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's a disgust. I think he enjoys it. I think he just wants to do it. Yeah, so the Astros are trying to avoid a sweep. They're down to their final strike, final out right now in Cincinnati as they trail 1-0. All right, coming up as we'll continue here, we'll update you on what happens here. Hopefully, can find a way to get this thing tied and get a lead. We'll talk about one of the big things that that seems to be concerning D'Amico and the Texans. It's been brought up a couple of times. We'll discuss that as well. Even Jimmy Ward just brought it up. We just spoke with him. And our predictions on this NFL season coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, all my whiskey.
SportsRadio.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And he goes down on strikes here. And a frustrating series in Cincinnati comes to a close with the Reds winning their 9th consecutive game against the Astros. A 1-0 shutout. Cincinnati's 5th shutout of the season. Second lowest total in Major League Baseball. But Rhett Lauder, Tony Santillan, and Alexis Diaz combined on a 4-hit shutout today.
All right, there you heard it from Todd Callis and Jeff Bagwell on the call as the Astros aren't able to get that game tied up, and they lose 1-0, as just heard there. And that is a sweep after
it's not ideal.
It's not. It's not after being on a nice roll there and sweeping through the Royals over the weekend. They dropped 3 in a row to the Reds, and it wasn't the pitching tonight. Yesterday, Arrighetti struggled mightily and didn't really give the team a chance after 9 runs in 38 pitches.
Yeah, getting 2 outs and giving up 9 runs just ain't going to do it most of the time.
How many times y'all going to remind us of that?
I'm just saying. Yesterday was the pitching didn't give me a chance. Today the pitching gave you a chance. We heard you
the first time about Arrighetti.
Well, you saying it. You stood in there and let me set it up here.
I mean, when it's something that bad, Clayton, you got to talk about it.
I'm just trying to set it up for today. Today it wasn't a pitching.
I think we should avoid it.
Hunt went. No, we won't. Hunt went 6 innings. 6 strikeouts, no runs in this pitcher duel, and
Hunter has got that swag back.
Yeah, Brian Abreu gives up a home run to Todd France, and that's all that the Reds needed, 1-0. And Clint, they get swept through here in Cincinnati, a rough series in a lot of different ways, but they still remain up here on the Mariners. The Mariners are going to get started here in a little bit, see if they can try to avoid making, or at least the Astros hoping they don't make up more ground on them. But tough one here, man. Tough series here after you were playing so well at home over this past weekend.
Yeah, look, to me, I'm less worried about Spencer Arrighetti or the bats today, and more concerned with just laying an egg after playing so well against the Royals, and just laying an egg over a 3-game span, laying an egg when, again, you're trying to create a little bit of distance, which I don't even know where it's at in the division. I know it was at 6 games when we started this thing. I don't know where it's at.
I think it's 4.5.
I don't know where it's at right now, but right now it's a beautiful place to be in with the Astros, because you got an opportunity right now to separate yourself enough to where the Rangers, who are playing good seem to be playing good baseball all of a sudden, and the Mariners, if they turn it on like they have a couple of different times this year, where it's really a non-factor. The Astros have an opportunity to take it completely out of the hands of anybody in this division and just kind of coast home, and then you go drop 3 to the Reds. That's a tough look, no doubt.
No, yeah, it is, and I feel bad because I feel like Jeff Bagwell's going to wear this.
You think old Bags is going to wear this one?
Yeah, Tyler Bags was on the call for all 3 of these games, wasn't he?
Yeah, old Blummer had some time off.
God dog, Jeff Bagwell on all 3 games they get swept through. This is going to get added to his Brian Abreu, or I mean his Abreu, not Brian, his Jose Abreu situation, all of that.
Off the glove of Abreu.
Don't forget about Montero.
Rafael Montero, as I was going to say, and now they lose 3 straight with him on the call. God, dog, man. It ain't your fault, man. They just played poorly. It ain't your fault, Jeff. It ain't your fault. I'm sure that people, I see people already on YouTube and Twitch. Get Bagwell up out of here.
It's not your fault.
It's not, man.
What movie? Why can't I think of that movie right now?
We talked about that on Monday, Ron, when you were out. I just don't remember Bagwell. Maybe it's because I'm a fan of Bagwell, and obviously the Astros, but Bagwell in particular. I don't remember the hate being. So we were just discussed. Is this all Abreu driven? Like, was it similar to this before? Did people just when he was on not like, or did they view it as, hey man, this is one of our all-time greats?
I heard people saying. Tell me if I'm wrong, Tyler. I heard people saying prior to what has happened here lately that they loved Bagwell on the call.
Oh, I will tell y'all right now, peeling back the curtain, carpet, whatever you want to call it. Last night, listening and watching that Astros game, I was watching with Bijani up here at the station, And I told him, man, I used to thoroughly enjoy Jeff Bagwell as a commentator in the booth, a year or two ago. And now I find myself just getting irritated when I hear his voice. It's completely flip-flopped. And I'm sure the Abreu stuff and the GM stuff and all that goes into it. But I hear him now, and he just sounds like arrogant, know-it-all, nose up. And I'm like, man, just get Blummer back in here.
Yeah, his positivity. The positivity doesn't come well when it's coming from him. Oh, they'll be fine. It'll be good. They'll be all right. They'll be good. See? Told you.
I can understand not being as much of a fan, but like Tyler said, get him out of here? I mean, that's
I was being a little extreme there. It's not that bad. I used to love him, and now it just irritates me.
I've seen it. They're blaming the losses on him.
Yeah, I'm not doing
that. It's wild. But nonetheless, here we sit.
That's all right.
Even with Bagwell's mistakes, 7 straight ALCSs, and with a nice little lead in the division.
Text line: Bad luck, Bagwell.
Bad luck, Bagwell. This is great. He's getting better. He's getting nicknames.
Bagwell on the call is terrible.
Well, he's got good stuff sometimes. It's just now it seems so arrogant and like
Blum's out there feeling good. Yeah, you miss me, don't you?
Just looking at him through a little different lens now. That's all.
He is. All right.
Not quite as sexy through that GM lens.
Yeah. Tyler, spark me up a little NFL music. Give me a little NFL music when you get a chance, because I think we got to do this. The season kicks off tonight as the Chiefs and the Ravens get going tonight. And we got to do our predictions. Usually I am the closest. I picked the champion last year. My MVP that I picked was second in the voting in Dak Prescott. Clint went with Aaron Rodgers last year. We know how that worked out. 4 snaps and he's out. Tyler, I believe, had Josh Allen last year. So, we have fun with this thing. Let's do our picks. Let's start from the lowest, all right? Who is your and Tyler, I'll kick it off with you. Who is your defensive MVP? Who do you think is going to win the Defensive Player of the Year voting?
Well, it's one of few things I can think of out of Texas A&M right now that doesn't infuriate me. I'm going with Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett, okay.
He's had 14 sacks last season, and the 2 seasons each before that he had 16 sacks. The dude just gets it done in the pass rush. I think he'll continue to do that, being the freak he is this season.
I'm going pass rusher too, Clint. I really like the Lions this year, and I think Aiden Hutchinson has a really good outside chance to jump up. I want to say Micah Parsons, but I think people are tired with it. He's finished top 3 all 3 years he's been in the league. But I'm going to go with Aiden Hutchinson as being the obvious #1 defensive player for the Lions.
I'll go T.J. Watt. I mean, if he's healthy and he's playing, he's in the conversation. So I feel good about the pick, and I think it'd be beautiful.
If Tyler would have gone with Max Crosby, we could have had all white pass rushers.
I thought very seriously about it.
Damn it, Tyler. We could have had all white pass rushers if Tyler had gone with him. All right, MVP. Damn. Clint, who you rolling with MVP?
I'm sticking to my guns, man. I'm gonna try it again this year. Aaron Rodgers.
Stop it.
I'm going Aaron Rodgers. I think with the usual suspects, there's a lot of fatigue, man.
When I came out of the darkness,
so he gets his 5th.
There's a lot.
He's won 4 of them.
No. Yeah, but I'm talking about the recent ones. I'm talking about like Lamar Jackson. I'm talking I think there's a story behind Aaron Rodgers.
There is a story.
If he plays well, he is going to get all of the credit with the Jets. The Jets have a 13-year playoff drought right now. They were 7-10 last year. More importantly, they were dysfunctional as hell last year. If you watched Hard Knocks, he's standing on the sidelines with a busted up Achilles, telling the head coach, "Hey man, chill out, just relax a little bit. It's the first quarter, man, just chill out." So I just think the other guys that are in the conversation, they're already winning Super Bowls. They're already winning with their team, winning MVPs. They're winning 12 or 13 games. It's a lot of these guys. It's the same old with the same team. If Aaron Rodgers plays well and the Jets are in the conversation, he is going to get a ton of credit and a ton of love. And so I'm going to ride Aaron Rodgers.
All right, you said story. I'm going to go with story, too. I'm going to go with a guy that's been in the top 5 in the last several years. I'm going to go with Josh Allen. Josh Allen has the story with, I've lost Diggs. He's lost weapons. They got rookies coming in. And if they play well, and if the Bills are in contention, if they win that division, which I think they've got a really good shot to do, I think Josh Allen will get a lot of credit and a lot of praise because of everything he's lost, right? And I think sometimes when people view that you're doing more with less, I think Patrick Mahomes won his MVP the year, one of his MVPs the year he lost Tyreek Hill. I think this is a potential similar situation with Josh Allen. I think he's been one of the best quarterbacks in the game all year. And now people think he's doing it with less. So I'm gonna go with Josh Allen. Who you got, Tyler?
I'm going with Joey Burrow. I'm going with your twin, Ron. I'm going with Joey Burrow and his new blonde hair. I think he'll stay healthy this year. I really like Joey Burrow. Has nothing to do with Joey Burrow being on both of my fantasy football teams. Nothing to do with that. But Joey Burrow is where I'm going for this year's MVP.
All right, he's not my twin. His blonde, I think, looks a little bit better than mine. He's giving more of an effort with his blonde. But Joe Burrow, he said, hey, I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to go this year. All right, Super Bowl matchups. My Super Bowl match champs, they're dethroned, and they got better than they were last year. I think their roster overall is better. I'll go with the Chiefs, and then I think everybody's darling, the Detroit Lions. I like the Chiefs and the Lions in the Super Bowl. The Lions almost got there last year. I think they learned a lot from last year. I like the Chiefs and Lions to be in New Orleans. Go ahead, Clint.
I'm going to ride that Rodgers horse.
I figured if you had him as your MVP,
well,
I figured you'd have him as Super Bowl.
Go flip the TV on or pick a radio station. The Lions and the Chiefs are everybody's pick. I just can't.
The sense of humor that the universe has.
Can't go with the status quo, man. I'm going to ride the Jets, and I'm going to make a little story out of it. The Jets and the Packers.
I almost went with Green Bay. I like the Packers a lot, too.
Jets and the Packers. There's going to be a hell of a storyline there, obviously, with Love and Rodgers. And I do think that those two teams, assuming Rodgers stays healthy, that's a big assumption. I do think that those two teams have the dudes to make that kind of run, and we'll see. But I like the storyline. I'm going to ride my MVP.
All right, I got the Chiefs winning it 3 in a row. Who's your winner?
Jets.
You
my
got
MVP, Chief.
MVP. You got the Jets. All right, Tyler. Bring it home. What's your Super Bowl and who's your winner?
The last one standing. Get ready. Prepare yourselves, Houston. I'm putting down my pain of the past, man. I'm believing. I'm putting down all the hurt I've had with this squad.
Let them
Houston.
Come on.
Your Houston Texans are going to the Super Bowl representing the AFC. I'm like Ron. Lions representing them. Although it will be exciting. And C.J. Stroud in only year 2, D'Amico in only year 2, they will reach that grand stage of a Super Bowl. They will fall short. They'll learn some lessons. Dan Campbell and the Lions win the Super Bowl this year.
That would be a lot of fun. My man right here, he didn't even know what to do with himself when he heard him. He just did a soft clap like he wasn't even ready.
We got to start getting past our hurt and our pain and really start believing, man. This is a squad.
Believe. Why not, man?
Tyler teed up Texans Nation to pick an Aggie to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Someone texted in, nobody's got the Niners. I feel like their window might be closing here on this.
But damn, Ron, look, we're not saying they're not going to be in the playoffs and be a real contender. All we did was talk winner and matchup.
Yeah, they've been there. I think they're probably thought to be the favorite out of the NFC right now.
The Lions, the Eagles, the 49ers. Same thing in the AFC. You start talking about the Chiefs and the Ravens, and there's I guess the Bengals are up there again. Those are it's not just because you didn't pick them don't mean they're not going to make a run.
All right, coming up live. Remember, 3:00 hour. This is the first chance for you to win. So get in here as we are live here at the Buffalo Wild Wings here in Katy. Make your way here again. 3:00 hour. The first chance for you to win. We'll be hooking people up. Not we, Bud Light will be hooking people up with a couple of $25 gift cards. So get on out here, sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and your chance to win coming up in the 3:00 hour. We'll update on what happened in Cincinnati. Unfortunately, the Astros weren't able to salvage a win. They get swept in Cincinnati. Obviously, we'll get on this big game as the NFL season starts tonight and catch you up on some Texans injuries as they head into this matchup against the Colts. All of that as we continue live right here on The Drive.
It's mensteaclinic.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
And he goes down on strikes here. And a frustrating series in Cincinnati comes to a close with the Reds winning their 9th consecutive game against the Astros. A 1-0 shutout. Cincinnati's 5th shutout of the season. Second lowest total in Major League Baseball. But Rhett Lauder, Tony Santillan, and Alexis Diaz combined on a 4-hit shutout today.
Well, I wish Ty could say what he really wanted to say. Man, it's bullshit. I think that's what Ty wanted to say. I think
this is not good.
I think he want to throw all his little papers and score all this stuff and just throw it. He walked in here and got our ass kicked by the Reds. I feel like that's how he wants to send this thing to break, because I think that's how a lot of people are speaking here on the text line and on YouTube and Twitch, and they just got swept by the Reds. As you heard, they're 1-0. The offense struggling today big time. With this, and they got everybody in there except Kyle Tucker. Most everybody is in the lineup that you would want in the lineup besides Kyle Tucker, and they struggled today against the Reds. They get swept by the Reds, and if you're scoring at home, I believe they've got a 5-game lead at this point right now, 5-game lead, and the Mariners are actually playing right now, Clint, and they are leading 2-0 in the second inning over the Oakland A's. So that could get trimmed down to 4.5 if the Mariners win this game. But they get swept there 1-0 today, and they really struggled. Yesterday it was the pitching, and at least the starter, and today it was the bats going quiet.
Yeah, and it wasn't game one. Was at Verlander?
Yep.
So this is a series you'd like to just put behind you.
Yeah.
You'd like to put it behind you, and Spencer Arrighetti wasn't worth the flip. Verlander. Seem to be 107 pitches. I think that's positive from Verlander, but obviously didn't have the command and control that he typically has, and wasn't necessarily a positive outing. And then today the bats go dead. So I think this is just a series that the Astros would like to put behind them, obviously, and fortunately, you've got the 5-game in the division, a healthy lead in the division with. Where they had 22 games left to play this season, I think, something like that, low 20s. You're in a spot where
good shape.
Yeah, you're in good shape where you can afford some of these kind of things to happen at this point in time, but you damn sure don't want to make it a habit.
Yeah, September 23rd. That's the date. That is when you start a 3-game series against the Mariners, and you just want to make sure you're in a space where that series means less as possible. That's what you want to get to. You don't want to get to a spot where all of a sudden you get in there and your lead is trimmed down to 2.5, and that series means a ton. So that's the latest there. By the way, I'll just say this, man. Alex Bregman in that 4 spot. He's 0 for 4 today. Now, hell, he's not alone because Diaz was 0 for 3, and Jordan was 0 for 4, but. It just seems like he just doesn't swing the bat great from that 4-hole spot, and he has been rolling the most when he was in between Jordan and in between Altuve, and I'm not quite sure. Maybe they really like Altuve there and they're trying to get Diaz going. I'm not sure in the 3 spot, but to me, I don't love Bregman in that 4 spot. He seemed to be really, really swinging the bat at his best in the 2 spot, and that to me makes sense. For me, it seemed Brandon Scott brought this up in the break yesterday, saying that maybe it's to get Jordan in that 2 spot because he's swinging the bat well. Well, I think Jordan's going to swing the bat really great in the 3 spot too. If you bump him down, but it seems like Bregman is a completely different player from swinging in between those guys than he is behind them. So I don't know. I wonder if they'll continue with this, but I don't know. The only reason why I moved is because Bregman got injured and they moved Diaz up. So I don't love him in that 4 spot.
Yeah, look, I don't like the tinkering with the lineup when you're talking about the top 4 and the top 5 guys if and when
Tucker gets back.
I don't. I mean, I think Bregman in the 2-hole, Jordan in the 3-hole, and then Tucker in the 4-hole. I think that's where you're at. I think that's the best lineup for this team, and then Diaz obviously hitting behind him. I don't really care much for the tinkering with the top of the lineup. I love what Joe Espada's done with the bottom of the lineup of whoever's hot is going to get moved up, and they're going to get opportunities when opportunities present themselves. And I love that part of it, but it's definitely hard to make sense of Jockey and Alvarez and Diaz and Bregman around, especially in the absence of Tucker, which is just one less chess piece that you have to move. So. But that's what Espada's going to do it, man. He's going up and down that lineup. He's going to change that thing any given moment for any given reason.
I'm trying to do the best I can.
All right, well, they'll come back home to face the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that's a good team. They play all right now. They'll face those guys coming in, and Framber again on the mound. Hopefully, Framber can continue to do what Framber's been doing. He'll be a stopper. By the way, again today, I want to reinforce this wasn't Hunter Brown's fault. Hunter Brown continued and gave another great start. He's getting up into innings too, Clint, and it doesn't appear like he's slowing down. He goes 6 innings, no runs, 6 strikeouts to 1 walk. So another promising performance for Hunter Brown, who is pitching like one of your top 2 or 3 starters right now and will get a playoff start. So that is also the good news today. When you lose 1-0, that's tough.
Yeah, no doubt. Hunter's rolling, and I think the good thing, a silver lining, if there is for Spencer Arrighetti, is it was so bad. There's no way he wasn't tipping pitches.
He said he didn't think he was.
He said he didn't think he was, but then he followed that up with, "I'm not going to take that easy out and make excuses." So I mean, he said it's happened to him twice this year, and he'll figure it out. But boy, that was so bad that. You got to think that he was tipping pitches to some degree. I mean, those guys were just sitting on everything that he was.
I mean, you almost hope so too, Clint.
Like, yeah, that's what I'm going with it. Yeah, I mean, there's a silver lining there. Then you look at the Verlander.
I start feeling bad for it.
Absolutely, it was. I mean, you got to. I mean, he's got to be sitting out there going, "Damn, everything I throw up there, they square up." But then you also with the Verlander deal, the silver lining, he went 107 pitches, so clearly, pitch count ain't a problem. Clearly, stamina's not a problem. He's got that, and so. Yeah. There are some positives to take from it. I hate to have a bunch of moral victories series where it got swept by the Reds, but there are some silver linings, if you will.
Yeah.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
All right. Tonight, the NFL season gets started as the Ravens and the Chiefs go, and this should be a really, really fun game, a good game. My thing with the Chiefs, and this is coming from somebody who has followed and carried that and covered that team, Clint, I don't get the feel. Sometimes they don't seem to care about or take some of these games as serious as other ones. Like, I think the Ravens probably are coming into this thing like getting revenge. Sometimes the Chiefs just, but, I think the Astros can kind of get this way, too, when they win. I hope the Chiefs are coming into this thing with something to prove. I think offensively, they at least should be, Clint, because, I mean, their offense last year, and Mahomes has said in the offseason, it wasn't very much fun. We had to kind of fight through to get to it. So I hope that they are taking this game as at least not serious, but coming with the same amount of intensity that the Ravens are coming with. Because sometimes they don't always do that.
Well, I hope you're right for the sake of our entertainment pleasure. But at the end of the day, whatever the Chiefs are doing, they just need to keep doing it. I mean, whatever their approach has been, and they just need to keep on and follow suit. They got the blueprint. That's for damn sure. But yeah, I agree with you. I mean, tonight would be anyway slice it. But if there's a legit, like almost a playoff vibe, you're not going to get that. I don't think you get that caliber of football right out of the gate. But if there's that kind of vibe and that kind of sense of urgency with each one of these teams, it's going to be even sweeter, man. But I'll be honest with you, it's going to be hard for either one of these teams to screw it up for me. I mean, this is this is about as good an opening game as you can have unless your squad was playing in it.
What's the key to tonight's game, you think, as you look at this thing because there is importance.
Yeah.
The 1 seed, the bye, all of that jumps out. What's the key to this?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's that no matter what week of the season the game is, if Lamar Jackson is in the game, corralling him is obviously the number one key. I think when you look at the Ravens as well, is there's going to be even more so this year than the last couple of years. I think there's going to be we're going to punch you in the mouth for 4 quarters, and eventually you're going to cave. So stopping Derrick Henry, not letting him get rolling. We've all seen him. We did here in Houston. We know exactly what Derrick Henry can do if he gets rolling. And so I think for Kansas City, the first and foremost, you gotta somehow corral Lamar Jackson, and you've got to stop Derrick Henry. It's forcing him into obvious passing situations, and then force Lamar Jackson to throw the ball to the sideline. Don't give him any easy throws. Don't let him throw the ball over the middle. We know he loves throwing the ball over the middle. Force him to throw the ball to the sidelines, and then you got a chance. When you look at Kansas City, when you look at Baltimore, deep again, it's saying we've seen this song and dance with Kansas City. You got to have an answer for Travis Kelce. If Travis Kelce's getting off, then you're going to have major problems. That guy right there, right? I mean, sure, Xavier Worthy brings a little something. I'm sure they're going to be able to run the rock from time to time. They've done that better than really they're given credit for. So to me, it's about Travis Kelce having answers there, essentially early on, and there is a degree, I think, in the big moments of the game, the critical moments of the game, is corralling number 15. Don't let number 15 win this game in the fourth quarter with his legs.
Yeah, there's so many things that make this game important to allow the Ravens to play the way that they want to play.
Mm-hmm.
And that could be, and that's obviously running the football. To me, the Ravens, if they get the chance to run the football, it is hard to see them not being successful. It is when you got Lamar and Derrick Henry, it is hard to see that not working if they are allowed to run a lot. But how much are they allowed to run? And I think Todd Monken is going to overcorrect for what he did in the playoffs. I don't think he's going to find in any way is he going to allow 6 carries to running backs in this game.
Well, that's scary for the NFL if he does it.
Right. So I think he may overcorrect it. But do the Chiefs' offense score enough points to make them have to not, come off that game plan more? Or do the Chiefs stop it enough? It's like Golden State. Steph and Clay are going to hit threes. It's just, are they going to hit 25 or are they going to hit 14? They're going to hit threes, and you got to weather that, but you just can't let it go crazy. And I think that's what the game is about. The Ravens are going to run the football. Are they going to run it for 200 or are they going to run it for, 130 or 2? You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's a big element of the game.
I'm going to tell you, man, I'm going to be highly disappointed with Todd Monken
I don't think he is.
If we don't see Lamar Jackson. I'm talking about designed runs. I'm talking about in-scheme runs with Lamar Jackson, playing off of Derrick Henry. Those two, 1-2 punch, running the ball down. I'm going to be disappointed. And I don't want to hear nothing about, we're saving this guy for the playoffs. Yada, yada. No. I mean, at the end of the day, you're playing the Chiefs. Really, the Chiefs don't need this win. Baltimore needs this win. Baltimore needs the momentum. Baltimore needs the confidence boost. Baltimore is the one that's got to prove that they can beat the Chiefs. Lamar's got to prove he can beat Pat kind of deal. They're the ones with the bad taste in their mouth. And so, to me, you got to put everything you got on the table. No, I'm not saying you be reckless with it, but you put everything you got on the table and try to go win this thing tonight.
Yeah. So a big one tonight as the NFL season gets started.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, I want to push this across real quick as the Texans get ready for Sunday. The injury report is pretty good, Clint. Only MJ Stewart with a knee quad injury is not practicing, not participating today, and he is not expected to play in the game on Sunday against. But he's the only one right now that is showing up on the injury report for the Texans, which is a big deal and a good thing. I think it's big that Will Anderson's not even showing up as questionable or anything on the injury report, that they feel that good about where he is right now. So the Texans go into this game as healthy as they possibly can be.
It's a beautiful thing, right?
Yep. We'll see how long that happens this year.
That's a successful camp.
There it is.
Obviously, there were some priorities in camp to figure out, develop some guys, figure out who's going to play where. Jalen Petrie, Kamari Lassiter, the backup linebacker Henry To'oTo'o, the interior defensive line Mario Edwards. Who's going to do what? Clearly, there were some priorities, man. But coming out on the back end of camp, especially when you're as physical as D'Amico Ryans is, coming out on the back end of camp with ultimately 0 injuries and going into that first game with a clean bill of health, that's big. That's big. So yeah, I mean, look, no disrespect to MJ Stewart, but at the end of the day, if we get to where MJ Stewart's impacting this game, we got bigger problems than MJ Stewart on defense.
All right, as we're live here, coming up, your first opportunity to win a $25 gift card, courtesy of the great people at Bud Light, as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy. Get on out here. Remember, in the 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Texans take on the Bears Sunday Night Football right here at NRG. And in the 4 o'clock hour, a great cooler that Bud Light is potentially hooking you up with. And as I said, and then win a couple gift cards. All of that coming up next as we continue right here on The Drive.
All right, if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, QC Kinetics is
Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Katy, here's The Drive